There we go.
reasonable to make it a vote of the people. But it's not.
All right. Call to order the City Council Conference Tuesday, November 22nd, 2022. Agenda items, one item. Discussing regarding possible amendments to the city's carport ordinance.
Thank you, Mayor. Jane Hudson, the Planning Director. I've got Greg Clark, my Development Services Manager, here with me in case there's any building code questions. But I wanted to just review some of the possible amendments that we might move forward for the existing carport ordinance. I'm not sure, many of you may be aware or not. So the discussion regarding the carports started in October of 2014. We went to June of, didn't do anything between 14 and 18. June of 18, we discussed it again, June of 19. And then in July of 20, we came forward with an ordinance to amend the carport requirements, and we placed the requirements in Chapter 22. Previously, they were in Chapter 5, which is the building code chapter, and of course 22 is the zoning ordinance. And in July of 2020, there was the decision to send the request for any carports. We were going to send those to Board of Adjustment as a special exception. There was also design guidelines that were added to it as well at that time. Previously, like I said, when it was in Chapter 5, it was just discussing the location of the carport. It could be in front of the building line, and it couldn't get any closer than 7 feet to the property line and such. But in 2020, we added some design guidelines. In doing that and requiring it to go to Board of Adjustment, that added approximately $200 for the Board of Adjustment application. There was an ownership list that was required, and that could go between $150 to $200, as well as a legal ad that had to go in the transcript to, announce that there would be an item heard at the Board of Adjustment. Like I said, the design requirements that we established at that time, the carport had to match the materials of the house that was, on the site. And one of the things was that they had to have a shingled roof on the carport. There was wood construction requirements. Even if they had metal pole supports, they had to wrap those poles with wood of some sort. And so it really is, it became quite costly. The timeline to be able to get a building permit for the carport, was extended because they had to go to Board of Adjustment. So we were hearing from many people in the community that it was definitely becoming costly to get a carport. Another thing that happened was when you go to Board of Adjustment, your adjacent properties are notified of your request, and that they have the opportunity, the right to come to Board of Adjustment and either support or protest your request, no different than, when people come to City Council and appeal to you. But it does at times cause problems, because if someone doesn't want to have a carport constructed next to them, then they do have that right. We've had 9 applications for special exception go to Board of Adjustment, and one of those was denied. And it was interesting because the individual that came to the meeting and protested was a renter that lived next door to the proposed carport. So the property owner was a little frustrated, and we did hear about that one as well. So what we would like to talk about is taking the carport requirements back out of Chapter 22, since there will be no design guideline requirements necessarily, and the requirement to go to Board of Adjustment would be removed if this is adopted. There's no reason to keep that in Chapter 22. Putting it back in Chapter 5 makes sense to us, because it will be, again, like I said, back in the building code chapter. So the proposal that you saw in your packet, we are, of course, there's still a requirement that carports have to be open on all sides. They still cannot go over the maximum coverage for the lot, which 65%. They still can be constructed past the front setback line, and again, they can still only go no nearer than 7 feet to the front property line. There is an additional option that's being added to this one if adopted, and it's allowing carports to be constructed within a foot of the side property line, so long as the structure is open on the side adjacent to the property line. So another one of the things that we run into in the core area, some of the older areas of town, is where we're seeing a lot of the carports being constructed. In the newer subdivisions, the covenants restrict carports typically. Any of the historic district areas, Councilmember Holman asked about that. Of course, that would have to go to historic district. But if they, the older area, they're narrow. They can be narrow lots, single car drives, and to get a carport in or on that single car drive creates a problem sometimes, and it's closer than what would be allowed. So then again, that throws them back to Board of Adjustment again. So adding this allowance to be within a foot of the side property line would also assist the applicants of not having to go to Board of Adjustment. We are adding the requirement regarding the gauge of the metal. The roofing material for the carport must be a minimum of 29 gauge material. Of course, it must meet the building codes and local amendments at the time of construction. It cannot exceed the height of the principal dwelling structure, and they are required to install guttering and maintained so that it does not increase runoff to adjacent properties. So those are the meat of the requirements for the carport at this time, as opposed to where we were before. Again, like I said, they had to meet the construction requirements of the existing house on the property and go to Board of Adjustment. So present that to you and be happy to answer any questions that you guys might have.
So just now, if we approve this, basically they just go get a building permit,
Correct.
just standard procedure.
Just like they did before we sent them to Chapter 22.
Okay. That's all I have.
Thanks. So I know that this has been kind of a project that Councilmember Grant and I have been working on with the planning department because it specifically affects our wards pretty significantly and our residents. I heard when I was knocking doors during my campaign, and then after just from emails about like why is the city so against carports. There are so many of our houses in Ward 2 that are the older construction with a single car garage that has been converted into square footage for the house, and so this is really one of the only ways that people can protect their property, like cars and outdoor things. So being able to make it a little bit more cost allowable. Yes, carports can still be several $1,000s with the construction, but this is not requiring them to do architectural work or design work. Plus, it's taking about $400 to $500 out of the process of Board of Adjustment and just taking it to the $54 permit, building permit. So I think we were trying to strike a balance of making sure that it was still protective, so that like this is not something that's just going to fly off and maybe damage somebody else's property with kind of the gauging and some other kind of specifications, but not requiring it to be, the shingles and the pitched roof and all the things that were way more cost prohibitive for residents. So I hope that everyone can kind of support this moving forward, just making it a little bit easier for our residents.
Yes, ma'am.
I appreciate that. The question about how they're anchored to the ground was one, and that was a little unclear maybe about how they're secured, because the big concern about, a reason I guess for making them be attached to the house and look the same was didn't want the roof of it being open on all four sides to act as like a parachute or a wind sail, and then Oklahoma high winds come in and lift it out, throw it into the next yard or whatever. And so they would still have to be Not necessarily cemented in the ground, is that what I understood, or?
So for a small accessory structure of this size, the code has allowances built into it to essentially exempt itself from the more rigorous foundation requirements of what we call Chapter 4 of the residential code. And so it is, while it's exempt there, we do still in fact require at least a foundation plan and a method that they are going to show us at the time of submittal that it is going to be secure. And so they will be secured, but it's not to as rigorous standard as what new construction for a home would be.
You feel comfortable though, this requirement or standard is,
I mean, I believe the standard's pretty intact, I can't say I visited every or even most carports, but I did survey a good many and surveyed a few more today, or had some of my staff do the same. And frankly, we haven't seen at least a whole lot of problems where they have been picked up and moved or displaced. That doesn't mean that one hasn't, and doesn't mean that the right wind event comes through that it absolutely could do so. Let's be clear. But just the day-to-day Oklahoma winds don't seem to be impacting the current process that we're working with.
well, I agree, as mentioned before, there are a lot of them in Norman, in wards 4 and 2, and some in 7, and others that are pretty old or have been around for probably 30, 40 years or longer, and seem to have survived all this time through all the weather events we've had, so, okay, thank you.
I know that we had talked about the anchoring when we had this conversation at oversight, but just for a second clarification, any of the other kind of sheds or outbuildings like of that nature would require the same type of, I guess, bolting to, or not bolting to the ground. I guess I'm not saying this correctly, but the carports would be held to the same standard that a shed or something like that currently has.
Right, there's size triggers in there that we work with, but yes is the answer to that. It would be the same standard. Now, at some point, if they built a more aggressive carport, 700-800 feet or something that accommodated 2-3 cars, or at some point that standard would be elevated, and it would be beyond the foot triggers, which right now is about 600, where we essentially view it as exempt from the more rigorous requirement.
Just so that we know that we're being consistent across the types of building that we're doing.
That's correct.
Councilmember Schuler, when Jane kind of, I don't know, I could feel the light bulb going on when the answer was not just to keep working on the ordinance, but to actually move it to this location where this process could take place. You could just feel the relief. And I think we probably had to go through that process to reach this conclusion. And it just became really, really clear that, oh my gosh, how come we didn't think about it earlier? But that lady down there at the end of the table worked really, really hard, and grateful she reached this conclusion, because I think it solves an awful lot of problems and still provides the security for the neighbors that everybody's looking for.
Yeah. Thank you, Jane.
It's my team. I wouldn't know what to do without them.
Other questions or comments? All right, well, thank you.
So this is going to Planning Commission December 8th, and then we'll see you guys in January, hopefully.
Thank you.
We're not gonna have the anti-carport law. Big
Big carport.
carport.
Big
Maybe
carport.
not. Maybe not.
Yeah, you're big carport. I
It's
mean,
pretty
you never
better
know. It is Norman, Oklahoma.
Somebody's out there.
It's proven that leaving your car out in the elements
Well,
increases its value.
I mean,
And so really,
I get it. When there's a lot of places that you don't want carports. That's
and Norman Tax Increment Finance Authority meeting of November 22nd, 2022. This is a regular session of the City Council where business will be conducted. House rules are posted in the back of the room. Attendees are asked to abide by said rules throughout the meeting. Outbursts and interruptions will not be tolerated by any person. Madam Clerk, will you call the roll?
Councilmember Studley?
Here.
Councilmember Schuler?
Here.
Councilmember Len?
Here.
Councilmember Grant?
Here.
Councilmember Tortorello?
Here.
Councilmember Foreman?
Here.
Councilmember Holman?
Here?
Councilmember Peacock?
Here.
Mayor Heikkinen?
I am here. Thank you, ma'am. Would you now stand for Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Item 1, a proclamation of the mayor of the city of Norman proclaiming Saturday, November 26, 2022, is Small Business Saturday in the city of Norman. I need a motion to acknowledge receipt of the proclamation.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and second. The motion on the floor is to acknowledge receipt of the proclamation. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast and the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. A proclamation of the mayor of the city of Norman, Oklahoma, proclaiming Saturday, November 26, 2022, is Small Business Saturday in the city of Norman. Whereas the city of Norman celebrates our local small businesses and the contributions that they make to our local economy and community, and whereas according to the United States Small Business Administration, there are currently 32.5 million small businesses in the United States. They represent 99.7% of all firms with paid employees, and they are responsible for 62% of the net new jobs since 1995. And small businesses employ 46.8% of the employees in the private sector in the United States. And whereas 79% of consumers understand the importance of supporting small businesses in their community on Small Business Saturday, 70% report the day makes them want to encourage others to shop small, independently owned retailers. And 66% report that the day makes them want to shop small all year long. Excuse me. And whereas 58% of shoppers reported they shopped online with a small business, and 54% reported they dined or ordered takeout from a small restaurant, bar, or cafe on Small Business Saturday in 2021. And whereas the city of Norman supports our local businesses that create jobs, boost our local economy, and preserve our communities. And whereas advocacy groups as well as public and private organizations across the country have endorsed the Saturday after Thanksgiving as Small Business Saturday. Whereas the City of Norman, the Norman Chamber of Commerce, and Visit Norman have collaborated with other partner organizations to promote Small Business Saturday in Norman since 2015. Now, therefore, I, Larry Heikkinen, Mayor of the City of Norman, Oklahoma, do hereby proclaim Saturday, November 26, 2022, is Small Business Saturday in the city of Norman, and urge the residents of our community and the communities across the country to support small businesses and merchants on Small Business Saturday and throughout the year. And for us, we have Jennifer Austin to take this for the chamber. I changed sides. You can be on either side that you like. Thank you. Would you like to make some comments?
On behalf of the small businesses of Norman, we just really appreciate the city council and the mayor for this. As you know, we're the backbone of the community, and we very much felt supported over the years from our community. Small Business Saturday is a really big deal to us, and we really just appreciate everyone coming out and shopping and giving us your support. So thank you very much.
Next item is council announcements. Council members, do you have announcements to make?
Okay, so we're all here for an issue that we're discussing tonight. So in my announcements, I just want to make reference to an email that was sent to me, a couple of emails. So the first one that I want to make reference to is just where somebody went through, excuse me, went through some of the data and recorded some online data from 2015, since the Bearcat has been an ongoing topic for many years. And I just wanted to share this with you guys. So online from 2015 until present, Ward 1, we have 37 against the Bearcat, 4-4. Ward 2, 78 against the Bearcat, 7-4. Ward 3, 134 against the Bearcat, 39-4. Ward 6, 71 against the Bearcat, 24, 2 maybes. Ward 7, 34 against the Bearcat, 3-4 and 1 maybe. And Ward 4, 41 against the Bearcat and 1-4. So to put this in perspective, in my ward, Ward 1, 90% of the online voters or discussion was against the Bearcat, and as a whole, the city was 84% against the Bearcat. The other email that I want to read says, Dear Councilmember Studley, this whole atmosphere is so bizarre. We have Norman that is so confident at defeating the Bearcat half a dozen times since 2013 that most people are largely checked out. Everyone's assumed it's a given that obviously Norman is anti-Bearcat. But then we have council members who are nervous as if this is a contentious topic. It's not. If anything, this may be one of the easiest slam dunk things in Norman history. Did everyone forget the midterms already? Norman is blue. All 3 House seats, every seat that was up for election in Norman was blue. We've even had veterans speaking out against the Bearcat. This is such an easy win. The fact that we are looking this hard is honestly baffling. I feel like I'm in the twilight zone. Nothing has ever been easier than saying no to a Bearcat. This is why it has never come to a vote, and this has been a topic in Norman since 2007. This predates every Facebook ward group. Even our previous chief of police spoke out about this. Robert Castleberry once quoted Chief Humphrey, what you are not listing is that we were asked twice following the submittal of this form. They're referencing a form because they had to submit to even ask questions about the Bearcat. But the submittal of this form, if we were interested, and both times we as a department said no, we have not and will not ever purchase this type of vehicle. Although we had the funding to purchase, we felt that this would send the wrong message to our community because it is a true military vehicle. If the police don't even want it, who is this Bearcat even for? Sincerely, a concerned citizen. That's all my announcements. Thank you.
Council member?
Yes, just wanted to make reference again about Small Business Saturday. This is a great way to support all of our local businesses in Norman. I know that we all care deeply about them. On the heels of that, next Tuesday is Giving Tuesday, so I hope all of you will look through some of the local nonprofits, other kind of philanthropic endeavors that you support, and give to those next Tuesday, November 29th. Just want to recognize Paula Roberts for continuing to serve on the Norman Regional Health Authority, and want to make note that City Hall and the city offices will be closed this Thursday, November 24th, and Friday, the 25th, in recognition of the holiday. So I hope everybody has a great holiday weekend. Thank you. That's it.
Council member?
Happy Thanksgiving.
Council member?
Yes, just a quick reminder, if anybody didn't know this, on August 3rd, 1990, President of the United States, then George H.W. Bush, declared the month of November as National American Indian Heritage Month, thereafter commonly referred to as Native American Heritage Month. And in that vein, I'll be reading a land acknowledgement. Not that I have heard one at City Council before, so this might be the first time it's been read. So, According to Indigenous artists, activists, the University of Oklahoma, Native American Studies, and websites that map Native lands, Norman is located on Caddo, Wichita, Apache, Absentee Shawnee, Kiowa, Kickapoo, and Osage lands. 39 tribal nations dwell in the state of Oklahoma as a result of settler and colonial policies that were designed to assimilate Native people. Norman, Oklahoma was also a sundown town until 1967. The land we occupy has complicated histories, and I wish to acknowledge that. Also in that vein, I also want to echo Small Business Saturday. I hope folks in 4 will go to Campus Corner downtown and to all our small business retail corridors. That's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Tourette.
I just want to say, I want to thank Marie Kendall for stepping up on the Planning Commission. I appreciate you doing that, and I want to wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving this week. Thank you.
Councilmember?
So my only comment this evening is, as I was driving here, we get here early. They feed us dinner. Now, I'm really thankful for that, but it's always cold. But they do feed us dinner, so we get here early. And this is the 3rd or 4th time in the last couple of weeks that I've been in this area around just before 5, and there's always a number of people standing outside of our warming shelter waiting to go in. And it's not like 5 or 10 people. We're talking like 40, 50 people, like significant numbers. And this is, we're sustaining these numbers. And so I'm not happy that they are there, but I am glad that we have a space available for them to keep them warm and safe during the winter months. And I think this merits a further conversation about something permanent in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember?
Also, just want to echo the comments about Small Business Saturday and encourage everybody to please go out and spend your money at any locally owned Norman business or just any Norman business in general. Keep your dollars here locally. Small business has been my form of employment for most of my entire life, and I think they're the backbone of our community. So please get out there and support all of our businesses here in Norman. And also want to encourage everybody to attend the Community Planning and Transportation Committee meeting next Wednesday at 4 p.m. We're having it on Wednesday instead of Thursday because of the holiday and an extra week in the month. And so next Wednesday, the 30th, here at City Hall, 4 p.m. In that committee, it's where we get the monthly report on public transit ridership. It's where we talk about road construction project updates, about where those are at and things like that. So if any of those type of topics interest you, one of the issues we discussed tonight, we didn't go through this time, but carports was our previous meeting, and that was one of the issues that came through before. But if community planning, transportation, transit, street, road construction projects, if those are of interest to you, I would definitely encourage you to attend that committee meeting or check it out on the City of Norman YouTube channel. It's available to watch live and on replay for anybody interested. Please feel free to contact any of us if you have questions, comments, or suggestions that you'd like to make about those type of topics. So just want to let everybody know about this month's time change for that. And then also just encourage everybody to have a wonderful holiday and enjoy the time with your family and friends and cherish every moment of it. Thank you.
Councilmember?
Yeah, it's already been set up here, but to quote former Ward 8 Councilmember Dan Quinn, shop Norman local this Saturday.
Council members, please submit 4 names for the comprehensive plan update and 4 names for the Strong Towns Committee that you would like me to consider as nominations for those ad hoc committee appointments. And I'd also like to wish the city happy Thanksgiving and have a wonderful time with your family. All right, consent docket. I need a motion to place items 2 through 26 on the consent docket.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. The motion on the floor is to place items 2 through 26 on the consent docket. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast. Items 2 through 26 on the consent docket passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent docket. Is there a second? Did I goof?
I do have a question about that.
I do too.
Yes, sir.
About an item on the consent, if possible.
Yeah.
Item number 19.
Okay.
I got a response from the city attorney today about that item. could we maybe elaborate on that issue for the record? See the Potts family here in the audience. Wait, am I on the right one? Yeah, okay, yeah.
And 20, I believe. Yes, we've looked at this a number of times over the years since 2016. Essentially, we have contracted with the Potts family over the years to put our sludge on their farmland. Due to a death in the family, a city employee inherited some of that land, and so we have not been able to put our biosolids or our sludge onto that land because of charter provisions, state law provisions, and personnel manual provisions that say we cannot enter into contracts as a council with city employees. And so that opinion still stands, and so we have 2 other sites here, and we're willing to work with other members of the family, but we cannot contract with the employee.
I appreciate that explanation. Definitely a bit confusing of an issue on my end for sure, but I appreciate that. And just wanted to make sure that we were addressing that issue before moving forward. And it seems staff feels comfortable with potential changes to how we dispose of that stuff.
Yeah, so we received a notice of termination under our current contract with the Potts family where we dispose of our sludge now back in August. And so we began looking at other sites, and these 2 contracts are coming to you as a result of those efforts.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? All right.
Before we do that, I don't think we actually had a motion on the floor to approve it.
No, that's where I was trying to go.
Stephen just got ahead of us, so.
All right. I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent docket.
So moved.
So moved.
Thank you. Have a motion and a second. Any comments from council? Okay. Brandy, excuse me, Councilmember Smedley?
No, mine was.
Okay.
Thank you.
The motion on the floor is to approve the consent docket. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast, and the motion to approve the consent docket passes unanimously.
Thank you all. All right, non-consent items. Item 27, Resolution R 222360, appropriating $943,160 from the Seizures and Restitution Fund balance and authorizing the purchase of certain public safety equipment to be used during special events, critical incidents, search and rescue events, and safety equipment for the SWAT team and the Hazardous Devices Unit and drug crime education in the community. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the resolution.
Second.
Have a motion and second. Recognize Deputy Chief Jackson for a brief presentation.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for having me tonight. I'm honored to be here. I don't know if I have that for part of my presentation, but I can easily read what my presentation will be. Okay? Pardon me?
Oh, it's not coming up on. Yeah, there it is.
I'll work this thing, man. What do I click on? I just hit the click button here. Is that it? All right, good, great, that's even better. All right, Norman Police Department funding request, Norman City Council meeting, today's date, 2022. This is a presentation overview of the PowerPoint, justification of a request, review of request, seizure fund summary, question and answer. To be most efficient and respectful of our constituents and community members' times and esteemed council's time, please hold any questions after the presentation. All right, MPD has many unmet equipment needs which will allow us to complete our mission. Our mission is to maintain and enhance the quality of life in the city of Norman by protecting life, liberty, property, and keeping the peace. By law, MPD can obtain these items only through allocation of funding from our city council. These requests are not new. Many of these items were first broached several years ago and remain unfulfilled. Many of the requested items have been in NPD inventory for many years. The technology and tools have become outdated, non-serviceable, and unreliable. Officers are now using personal funds, much-needed equipment, i.e. night vision goggles, tech tools, etc. If continued, this would place officers in our community at risk. These requested tools and equipment are compliant with industry standards across the nation and are not new to MPD. These tools, in many ways, help provide officers the ability to slow incidents down, creating time for less lethal options, thus creating a safer environment for all involved persons. Tools themselves do not cause harm. Poor leadership, poor training, poor accountability, lack of appropriate policy of the use of the equipment create potential concerns. We safely complete 70,000 to 100. I get that to back up. All right. We safely complete 70,000 to 100,000 calls for service each year. Dynamic and violent encounters are becoming more prevalent across the country. Our community is not exempt nor immune from these acts of violence. We must be prepared to provide the level of protection that our community deserves. In the last 2 years, we have had 4 incidents resulting in more than a dozen officers being shot at. These incidents are high-risk, low-frequency events that are potentially deadly by nature. Founded in little history on an MPD SWAT team. Founded in 1974, deployed to the community's most violent situations, including hostage, barricaded persons, high-risk situations, and incidents where the capabilities exceed those of traditional patrol response. SWAT averages 5 to 6 activations each year, not including special events. Team priority is to resolve situations peacefully. In its 48-year history, SWAT has never had to use lethal force to resolve an incident. Additionally, we support large venue events, for example, Norman Music Festival or U events, etc. Team training policies and equipment standards are set by National Tactical Officers Association, NTOA, and Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA. Failure to achieve standards reduces our ability to protect our community when needed and increases risk to team members. The requested equipment brings us closer to meeting the national standards necessary for protecting our community. The SWAT negotiation equipment. This is a replacement and upgrade of current equipment. Negotiators are the key to peaceful resolutions. Creates the ability to provide a reliable means of communication with barricaded persons or hostage takers. Current systems are very outdated and are not serviceable. Simulations training kits, upgrade of current equipment. Simulation kits for issued weapon systems converts weapons to only shoot munitions, which are soap rounds. These are rounds that they hit you like paintball, you wash it off your clothing. Allows for training using issued systems in high-stress environments. Currently, they are unable to train with their issued weapon systems. Ballistic shield and blankets, replacement of expired current equipment. Current items are several years past expiration and are unreliable. The shield and blanket provide ballistic protection, will assist in safeguarding life and property during high-risk situations, will assist in compliance with OSHA, POSH standards for employee protective equipment. Respirators and canisters, replacement of expired current equipment. Provides protection from hazardous environments. SWAT team may, in specific incidents, introduce chemical agents to assist in creating peaceful resolutions to high-risk incidents. Current equipment is expired and unreliable. Door breaching equipment, replacement and upgrade of current equipment. Equipment necessary for breaching doors when making emergency entry into a location. Entering buildings in non-tactical, slower ways increase risk and reduces rescue abilities. Increase of operational readiness and give additional officers the ability to quickly enter a structure to address public safety issues and protect and rescue citizens. Large venue and security equipment, replacement and upgrade of current equipment, binoculars with high-definition lens clarity for accurate visual assessments, tripods for stable working platform, allows for protection of large venue environments and outdoor events. Night vision equipment, replacement and upgrade of current equipment, provides the ability to accurately assess and respond to situations in low light environments. Some are personally owned items. Inability to accurately see in low light environments significantly limits abilities to safely manage incidents. Aiming laser systems, replacement and upgrade of current equipment, allows for full field of view vision rather than limited standard optics. Significant increase in low light capabilities. Some are personally owned items. Armored rescue vehicle and training, new request. Used during high-risk incidents involving armed subjects, critical tool to rescue residents from danger, active shooter, weather events, excess, etc. Critical tool to keep officers safe and de-escalate situations for peaceful resolution, provides additional less lethal options. Armored vehicle rescue continued. Using outside resource limits accountability and increases response times, may be required to work in pairs, life-saving capabilities proven in our city. Hazardous Device Unit, our HDU team, founded in 1972, deployed to high-risk violent incidents within the community, a primary response unit for chemical, biological, radiological, nuclear, and explosive threats. Deployed to all large events, average 15 to 20 activations each year for devices. Additionally, we support large venue events like the Norman Music Festival, OU events, etc. Team training policies, equipment standards set by the Federal Bureau of Investigations with routine inspection. Both the FBI and FEMA require that Public Safety Bomb Squad, PSBS, have a robot bomb suits for technicians, X-ray machines, and tools to enable them to safely investigate and disrupt a possible explosive threat. Failure to meet standards would result in team disbandment. Failing to have an HDU within our agency significantly reduces capabilities and increases response times when needed. The included request allows us to continue meeting these standards. Protective vests and helmets, replacement and upgrade of current equipment necessary for protection of officers managing explosive devices. Current equipment is expired and outdated. Bomb suits, replacement and upgrade of current equipment, replacing 2 outdated suits which are starting to show signs of degradation and pose a risk of failure, designed to protect certified bomb technicians working on and rendering safe improvised explosive devices. Portable X-ray machine, replacement and upgrade, replacing approximately 15-year-old device, critical tool for evaluating and rendering suspicious packages and devices safe, necessary for identification of improvised explosive devices, assist in determining safest response to devices. Radiation detection, replacement and upgrade of current equipment, replacement of current non-operational device used for rapid determination and evaluation of possible radiological or biological threats. Failure to identify and manage these threats in a timely way could result in large-scale injuries and fatalities. Bomb technician tools, replacement and upgrade of current equipment. These tools are critical in rendering expected IEDs safe, primarily an immediate response tool when use of a robot may not be ideal, such as in a situation of an active shooter, schools, and so on and so forth. HDU robot, primary large, replacement and upgrade of current equipment. Normal life expectancy of units 10 to 15 years. Current robot is 18 years old. Current robot often fails to operate or respond when needed, necessary for accessing and evaluating suspicious devices, also used to make contact with barricaded suspects to assist with communication. All-terrain robot small, new request, critical tool for evaluating and managing IEDs in smaller confined spaces, faster and more agile than larger full-capacity robot, ideal for employment in active shooter and SWAT situations, can be deployed to assist with situational awareness in crisis situations. Founded in 2019, the Unmanned Aerial Systems Unit, UASU, serves our community as an effective tool for protecting lives and property within the city of Norman. The UASU is staffed by fully trained and licensed UAS pilots. The program assists with search and rescue, traffic collision investigations, crime scene documentation, critical incident monitoring, HDU SWAT, disaster response, and critical infrastructure inspections. All team members have completed FAA licensing and meet national guidelines. Drones and support equipment, upgrade of current equipment, additional devices that will improve response capacities and longer deployment industry leading tool for search and rescue, natural disasters, and critical incident response. Bike team, the MPD bike team provides operational support and community outreach. MPD bike team is operated within the standards of the International Police Mountain Bike Association, IPMBA. The electric assist bike will be an upgrade in addition to the current equipment. Excellent tool for reduction of overexertion and injuries, allows for prolonged deployment, greatly expands effective range of deployed officers. Has previously been deployed at MPD on demo basis for national training guidance. Seizure funds regulated by federal and state law. Norman seizure funds come primarily from interstate organized crime. Nearly all are not Norman residents, most not even from Oklahoma. Must have probable cause. Burden is always on the state. Must prove nexus between criminal activity and the currency. All items, funds must be adjudicated through the courts before use. What if? If this funding is approved, it will significantly improve our department's ability to protect lives during our community's most dangerous times. The requested tools will enhance our current failing efforts to meet minimum industry standards. Without the equipment, we will experience continuing degradation of our ability to respond to those in crisis when they need us most. As we fail to meet standards, we will lose critical response capabilities our community relies upon. Simply put, inaction will reduce the safety of our residents, our officers, and our community, as we will, on an increased rate, be relying on other agencies to protect our community. Questions?
Are there any questions from council? Councilmember Holman?
Thank you. I just want to say thank you for putting together this detailed presentation about these items. The original list we got was just a list of the names and didn't really explain what any of it was or what it was used for or why it was needed. So you really answered all my questions about these items at our meeting last Tuesday, and just wanted to say thanks for putting this together and presenting it for the public in this way. I think it's very helpful for folks to understand what exactly you're asking for and why. Thank you.
Councilmember Lynn?
Deputy Chief, if you foresee, do you foresee needing 2 of these vehicles to be adequate?
Well, I would like to start with one.
Well, the vehicle was in.
However,
It's
are we meaning
not
the
in-
rescue
okay.
vehicle or?
Next time.
Oh, never mind.
That'll be the
I'll
next.
ask him next. Was it not in this slide?
No.
Okay.
It was in a slide, but it was not in
Okay.
the question.
So I was asking on the, I'll ask you on the next one.
Councilmember Studley?
Yes, so I am really curious, since it's apparent that these items have expired and we've known about the need for them, and it's under my understanding that we even have some officers that are purchasing some of their own equipment, which I feel is completely unacceptable. As any department, I would ask this of any department, why are you guys not appropriately budgeting, since you have the largest budget of our city? Why are you not appropriately budgeting this in your budget so you can purchase these items prior to their expiration?
Well, to answer your question, we have, and we have not received that funding to appropriate these items. So we have asked in our budget. There's a process where we have a bundle of money that everyone has to have access to, so some things are approved, some things aren't. And those things weren't.
So when were these items, are you saying that this was last presented in June or whenever you guys presented your budget?
We have asked for items, to replacement items in the past, and we either were cut before it got to the budget process or was denied at the budget process because of funding.
So you're stating that it never made it to council for approval, it was cut before it made it? So within your department, you guys are cutting these items before it comes to us?
At the department and at the city level, some of these items get cut, yes.
Okay, so again, I feel that that's just a policy failure on MPD's part, that you aren't properly budgeting for these, and you're choosing what your priorities are. So
All we
I
can
think,
do-
given the fact that there are 9 ghost positions that have not been filled since prior to 2020 in NPD, that maybe there's some possible wiggle room to move or reappropriate some funds to purchase much-needed expired equipment, because I do agree, you guys need this equipment, it's expired.
We need the equipment, exactly. And as far as those ghost funds are considered, I won't get into that part of it. But yeah, we requested information, we requested these items, and they were turned down. So that's all I can say about that. We have no control
I
over
don't
that.
remember
We have no
ever
control
having
over
this come to me for a vote, because I would have voted for it. You guys need this equipment. I'm just not comfortable using civil asset forfeiture funds for this, nor am I comfortable voting for it whenever you guys have the largest budget and aren't using it appropriately. So thank you.
Again, we've asked for it, it was denied, so we have no control over that. So
Yeah,
I-
it
keep-
wasn't
we can
denied
keep
by
beating
council.
this dead horse all night, but that's what happened.
Right. Hopefully next year, whenever you guys present your budget to us in this spring, that you'll have these items in there, and that will become a priority, or future items as they expire. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Chief. Are there any other questions or comments from council regarding this item? Councilmember Foreman?
Sorry.
You're all right.
You looked at me. I thought it was go time. Just to respond to Councilmember Studley's comment, in 2020, they did come to us with a grant to try to get shields and helmets and stuff because they didn't have it, and it was free. It was $26,000. We didn't have to do anything. We would have just received the grant, and council did vote no. So they have tried to come for some things to council.
Allocated.
No, but
With the largest budget.
No, it's to them making requests, though.
Okay.
And so that was denied.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Chief. Appreciate your time. This is an opportunity for members of the public to make comments regarding this item. Comments will be limited to 30 minutes pro and 30 minutes con. Each speaker will be limited to no more than 3 minutes, and time cannot be yielded to another person. Madam Clerk, are there any speakers registered for this item?
Yes, we will start with the against on this one, and the first speaker is Marguerite Larson.
Okay.
Marguerite Larson, Ward 6. So this is how I feel about this seizure, regardless of how I feel about the Bearcat, which is another story. Anyway, what you are doing is you are going to allow anybody to come into any business. Councilmember Holman, you have experienced this yourself in your business. Granting seizure funds is granting the police the ability to go in and take what they want at any time. They just have to have probable cause. And the victims behind this are not entitled to public defender, which means they have to hire their own attorney, pay their own court costs to try to get their own personal property back. So when you think about this, you need to really think about what you're enabling and what kind of justice you are actually proceeding. Say no, this is not good, because I would not want them to come in my business. So there you go.
Thank you, ma'am. Is the timer not working?
It is, but forgot to start for the overall 30 minutes. So.
Okay.
Your timer. Okay, I'm sorry. The next speaker will be Stephen Ellis.
Are you going to do 2 pros, 2 cons?
You want me to go back and forth?
Either way, either way. Please keep all noise down in the audience.
So I'm opposed to this item on 3 grounds, really. The first of which is that it involves civil asset forfeiture funds. The second is that the proposed spending, particularly on expensive robots and drones, hasn't been adequately justified in terms of either need or potential consequences. And third, that the proposed spending doesn't address Norman's really highest priority needs, things like homeless services. Civil asset forfeiture is a practice that gives lie to America's claims to have a just judicial system. It's clearly a punishment for people, and it's admitted to be as such if you look at the court cases on this. But it's a punishment inflicted on those that need not have been convicted of a crime. The system treats seized property itself as the defendant in a civil suit where the standards of proof are lower than those for punishment for a crime, and property owners are required to intervene in that civil suit to influence the possibility of their own punishment. But they do so at their own cost and with none of the protections involved in criminal courts. The worries about civil asset forfeiture are not merely hypothetical as well. Norman Police didn't provide enough information in the documents it supplied to do any research into the seizures that they actually got their funds from. They could have just listed the cases. I was, however, able to look at all of the civil asset forfeiture cases that closed in Oklahoma in January and February of 2021. If you want to know why those months, feel free to ask. Out of the 43 cases that closed in those circumstances, 42 resulted in a judgment of forfeiture. In 22 of those cases, there was no conviction on charges related to the seized property, so over half. And in only 19 cases was there a conviction on related charges. One of the charges, they didn't even list the person who they took the money from on OSCN. In 5 of those cases, the forfeitures preceded the conviction. In that sample, at least, that's 52% punishment without conviction ratio. That's not something we should be participating in. Regarding justification, we've seen the one sales pitch from NPD. Now we've seen it twice. And no data was supplied about either the need for these items or was there any information about how those tools would be deployed. And then finally, I think it's just really shocking that we're going to limit the comment time on this item to merely 30 minutes when we haven't even spent a little more than 2 weeks in even having this as a public issue. If you really want to learn something, we could talk about this tonight in a productive way, but I don't think we're going to do that tonight. I mean, this is just getting railroaded through, and I object to that as well.
Kate Bierman is next.
Hello, all. Kate Bierman, Ward 4. I don't think that I've spoken to you all from this side of the dais yet. I'm sure that others will have or have stated reasons that they oppose this item, but really what I want to talk to is what Councilmember Studley brought up earlier, is that this really is an internal priorities failure on the part of the police department. All of you know how this budget process works. Everything is gate kept up until it gets to the council level. And thankfully, we have some really detailed budgets. And I have both my draft and final budget books still from all my years on council. And I've looked through them over the last week. These items have not been in there. That $26,000 grant is the only time that this has come up. And it was only $2,000 for shields, $2,000 for helmets, $450 for batons, and the rest for software. So, civil asset forfeiture is not the fund to be doing this from, because you have a bunch of other departments looking at you all going, we've got a lot of needs too, and we don't have the privilege of a special fund to dip into. And this is not the way to do it. If this is a priority, you're gonna have the opportunity coming up in just a few months to start talking about the capital budget, to start talking about the general budget, and making sure that these items come up in there. This is not the fund to be doing this from. We have someone on this dais who has embodied the issues with civil asset forfeiture. I know that it's a tasty morsel. I know there's a lot of money in it. And I know that this is important equipment. But if it was that important of equipment, it would have made it up through the many checks and balances that it gets to before it gets to the city council level for you all to vote on it. And it hasn't. It hasn't. So don't fall for that line. There are others who have made that policy choice, not anyone on the dais in previous years in the budget process. One $26,000 grant is a drop in the bucket compared to what they're asking for. So I'm going to leave it at that on this item because I'm going to be back up here again in a few minutes. But I'd also like to mention that forcing people to sign up in support or in opposition to an item is not fair to anyone who wants to be here to just ask questions or to just have a balanced perspective on something. Not everyone is going to come into this room for or against something, and you don't have the option to not select for or against. So I know all of you are not directly responsible for that, but you can get it changed. And that is something that should be changed because no one should be forced to take a position on something before they walk into this room and ask to speak.
Thank you. Clicking is another noise. Don't do that, please.
Christina Owen.
I haven't seen Christina. Okay. Michael Blanc.
Here he is.
I apologize. I've been kind of under the weather this evening. There's some nasty bugs going around right now. So first and foremost, I am definitely against budgeting for anything in this manner. I don't think we can justify purchasing something as large as the Bearcat for the price tag we have, especially not out of asset forfeiture funds. This to me sounds like it's something that we truly need. This sounds like a large one-time capital expenditure that would better be suited by being put to the people as a bond vote. If we really want to have the money for this, this sounds like a bond issue, not a one-time thing we decide using this fund. Further, as was brought up by Dr. Ellis, this fund is largely made up of assets that don't need to be proven to actually be linked truly to a crime. And currently, the actual legal standard is it's simply a preponderance of the evidence, which is one of the lowest legal standards you can find for proving that anything can be linked to anything. That's definitely leagues beyond a shadow of a reasonable doubt. Further, as was mentioned earlier by Marguerite, we have this issue where this is a civil issue if you wish to challenge us in court, which means that if you have your car taken, cash taken from your house, whatever it is, even if it's wrongly taken, mistakenly taken, and goes into this fund, you have almost no legal recourse because quickly all the incentives are in the wrong direction, because very quickly you can't afford to hire an attorney to get your stuff back. Listen, I've heard people on this very council rant and rave all day long about small government. This isn't small government. This is literally taxation is theft. I've heard that line 1,000,000 times in this chamber. This is the closest version to that. It's unjustifiable, and we can't use it this way. Further, if we truly have an issue that justifies the use of 2 Bearcats, buying one Bearcat would not be effective, as was told during the presentation. So we'd still have to wait for a response from one of our neighboring communities, or more specifically, the Cleveland County Sheriff Department, which, for that being said, since May of this year, actually, sorry, I'm mistaken, May of 2020, both Moore and Cleveland County have both had Bearcats with the South Metro SWAT team.
So we're talking about the gear that comes before the Bearcat.
My apologies, Mayor. But the same logic applies, right? Like if we're talking about needing night vision goggles, drones, extra equipment, none of these things are going to cut down on actually what causes issues in town, which are interpersonal violence, right? If we really want to take care of these problems in our neighborhoods, we need to start addressing substance abuse counseling and domestic violence training for the community. Things to actually cut down on those issues. Further, one last note on that. I was there for that vote in 2020 on those shields, and I remember the council decided to vote down that grant because we decided that was too much militarization for our council. I was there on that. We heard testimony from folks from OKC who had their legs broken during issues of the summer of 2020, and we decided we didn't want to be like OKC, so why start now?
Ms. Swanson.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's an issue that needs to be addressed with the disruption. I'll address it. Right now, people are being calm. We'll leave it at that. We don't need your commentary. I'm here for that reason. Are we clear? Thank you.
Members that are speaking give their ward.
Yes, I thought he did. I'm sorry.
There are some that haven't. I just want to make sure that we're getting a fair representation of where
Yes.
our speakers are from.
I apologize for not hearing
Christina, I saw you walk in, if you want to come now.
On this, since we don't have a chair over here. I just wanted to bring up that I'm sorry, Christina Owen, Ward 4. I just wanted to bring up that historically, when we have used funds from the civil asset forfeiture, we've used it on things like the drug court. We've also used it in the past on the emergency youth shelter. And that's the location where officers have taken kids in situations like if both parents are being arrested or some situation has happened and a child doesn't have a place to be. And it's kind of the spot that they go to in the interim when they're trying to find either next of kin. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, I can do that. Okay, can you hear me? So that's a very important thing that we have, having emergency youth shelters where children can go, that obviously they did nothing wrong to end up there. It's just a life situation. And the police department has always been happy to work with the emergency use shelter. Having one in Norman made it very easy for them to drop off the kids and then just turn right back around and get back on the beat. And I've heard lately now we've had to start taking kids to Oklahoma City because we haven't been funding that. And so I think that when you're looking at civil asset forfeiture, we should look historically at the things that we've paid for, and we should think about what helps the most people. And I think something like the emergency use shelter or drug court, things that have proven to have a benefit in our society and that have long-term effects on people, I think that's something that needs to be looked at as a priority as well. And going forward, since budgeting season is around the corner, I would like to see more funding for the emergency use shelter and things like that. So I would love to see that coming up when you guys do start your budgeting process. Thank you.
Sorry, Cynthia.
Thank you, Kit.
Rogers, Ward 4. No seat for me, huh? I'll keep it quick so maybe some of your folks can get here. I object to civil asset forfeiture in general, the incentives. I think it's anti-American to take people's money without convicting them and proving they've committed a crime. So that's definitely, I don't think that's an appropriate source of funding. I do have questions about the use of drones. There's been an increase in policing homelessness, so I wonder if that's just going to be another tool that will be used to surveil what people are doing, where they're doing it, people's party in their backyards. I don't know. Like any tool, it's how you use it. And what I haven't seen is a manual and sort of the belts and suspenders of how some of these tools, like particularly drones and tear gas, that's the next issue, how that might be used. So I think without in place, I can't support this. Thank you.
Alex Lanfear.
Lanfear, Ward 2. I just want to voice opposition to this. I believe that, or I want the police to have the expired PPE they need. However, I don't believe it should come out of civil asset forfeiture funds. I believe that civil asset forfeiture is a form of legalized theft, and it doesn't just come from drug dealers. We've seen it come from our own town. So please vote no tonight.
Thank you, sir.
Caleb Creed.
Hey everybody, Caleb Creed, Ward 5. Someone showed me this, I think it was in the background for this. Public sentiment towards law enforcement has progressively become more aggressive and dangerous. It was listed as, it's a sentence in the background, as a justification for why we need the equipment we're discussing today. And I have to think that there's just a big sort of disconnect. There's a missing understanding here of what's going on. People aren't understanding why public sentiment might be changing towards police. Like it's like it's a big mystery. And this is used as a justification. It seems especially hard to understand since that's being used as a justification for doing hundreds of thousands of dollars of civil asset forfeiture to fund the department, right? It's like, I can't figure out why people are feeling worse and worse about the police. What we should do to solve that problem is spend $700,000 so we can make ourselves stronger, so we can protect ourselves from that public. And it's like this treatment of the public as some sort of scary enemy. I'm part of the public. I'm not scary. I'm much more scared of you, right? Like I'm not the one that carries a gun around me all the time, right? I'm a 36-year-old balding guy who's just walking around. I'm not scary. We are not scary people. And this whole, why has the trust been fading? It's because when we come and we see the people supporting you and we see you, it's all Punisher skulls and thin blue line. Thin blue line, you know what that's supposed to be? It's a thin blue line between things. It's a bordering device. Go back to the original usage by Bill Parker when he popularized it. What's it for? Why is there a thin blue line? It separates two things. And if you read the t-shirts of the people who are supporting you, you'll know what it is. It separates the wolves from the sheep. That's what it says on the t-shirts, wolves from the sheep. And then it'll usually say something like, and I'm a sheepdog. It's like, and I have to use the tactics of the wolves to defend the sheep. And it's all this talk. And it's really this framing. It's like, there's these people who we protect, unspecified, we don't say who they are. There's these people who we get to attack. And by the way, I'm like them in that I get to do violence to them. And all you have to do to use this little thought formula is stick whoever you want to hurt in the wolf category and then go after them as if they're uncomplicated criminals. No, every single person has some wolfness in them and some sheepness in them. Everybody has complicated circumstances that are making happen what's happening. And right now, when we have people who have mental health distress, who are being distressed by having to live out on the street for years and all these kind of things, it causes problems. And help those people now with this money. If you want to rebuild trust, spend the huge budget you have, give it to people who are trying to solve these problems in other ways.
Okay, that concludes, well, wait, hang on, just a minute. Okay, sorry. Alexandra Pinner.
My name is Alexandra Penner, Ward 1, and I am not actually opposed to the equipment being proposed. I'm opposed to the use of civil asset forfeiture. I want to focus on the fact that because civil asset forfeiture is arbitrated civilly, not criminally, you do not have the right to a public defender, which means that the poor are much less likely to be able to protect themselves against false accusations. We have public defenders in this country because your constitutional rights are not dependent on should not be dependent on how much money you have. If you can't afford a public defender, if you can't afford a lawyer of your own, you can get a public defender for a crime. But if you can't afford a lawyer of your own, if you don't have the time and the money to seek out a legal remedy, you won't be able to seek remedy if a civil asset forfeiture is taken against you improperly. Is the strength of our property rights dependent on how much money we have? What makes this different from any other right we have where, the promise of America is whether you are the poorest of the poor or the richest king, we all have the same rights. But with civil asset forfeiture, we don't have the same rights because your right to protect yourself from civil asset forfeiture is dependent on how much money you have to begin with. Additionally, when we use civil asset forfeiture funds to fund the people who are in charge of actually seizing those forfeitures, it creates an adverse incentive where no matter how upstanding and good of a person any police officer is, there's going to be that adverse incentive in the back of their mind where they know, if they're 50-50 on whether or not we need to seize this piece of property, they know, well, if we get this piece of property, I'll get new equipment. And it just might, it creates a difficult situation for an officer where sometimes doing the right thing means forgoing needed equipment if their funding is dependent on these civil asset forfeitures. In the Bible, tax collectors were distrusted by their communities because they were empowered by Caesar to not just collect a regular tax of, you pay, say, 10% of your income or 20% of your income. They were empowered by Caesar to collect as much from the people as possible and keep any excess that didn't go back to Rome for their own enrichment. Don't turn our police force into the tax collectors. Don't use civil asset forfeiture to fund the department. Thank you.
Mark. What did I say, Mark? John, hi. Okay. Oh, you're welcome. Evan Dunn.
Mr. Mayor, my council, everyone watching at home, staff.
I was going to say that I was in support of this with a condition that we allocate an equal amount of money to training in horticulture, training in permaculture design. We need to preempt all of these issues, whether it be homelessness or petroleum wastage, by empowering people to take action against climate change. Our young people are not active. This is saying we don't trust the people of Norman. And there are some wild individuals in our society who have access to chemicals that amplify their adrenalized reactions. I get that. I'm with everybody else. I want the police force to have what it needs, but to have it come out of the civil asset forfeiture, to not have a component to enhancing the environment and reducing the demand for oil. We're not finding as much oil and energy as we were in the 1960s. We have to recognize that. So if that is in here, I would support it. But otherwise, I can't. Thank you.
Okay, now we're moving over to the pro side for this item, and we start with Ann Gallagher.
Ann Gallagher, Ward 6. First responders. They put their lives on the line every single day for us, for every single person in this community. We as citizens and you as leaders must ensure that first responders are safe in order to keep us safe. Having old and worn out equipment well past its prime is unacceptable. Are you willing to have the fire department have hoses that are ready to burst, have fire hydrants that may or may not work? We don't have promised reliability in those things. Are you willing to accept that? I don't think so. Let's keep all of our communities safe, and Chief Jackson, Assistant Chief Jackson, Deputy Chief Jackson, sorry, used the words that I thought were most outstanding when he talked about our equipment being expired and outdated. We can't let that happen. We cannot let that happen. The other part is seizure and forfeiture funds. What are you going to use them for? Primarily, I believe that they're supposed to be used partially by public safety. This is an opportunity to use those funds appropriately.
Thank you, ma'am.
Daniel Munson.
I am Dan Munson from Ward 6. So most of the seizure funds that we're talking about have come from drug cartels from outside of Norman, from outside of the state of Oklahoma, who are running fentanyl through our city on I-35 and in stash houses. In 2020, 2.4 of the seized funds came from Norman residents. In 2021, 3.5% came from Norman residents, and in 2022, 6.2 came from Norman residents. There's a cost associated with traffic stops that involve drug cartel, including detaining suspects, requesting court orders, arrests, collecting evidence, processing suspects into jail, and sometimes appearing in court as a witness. In my opinion, we should offset our operational costs and labor and equipment by seized funds that have been through the federal, state, and local judicial system. There are a lot of changes in Norman. The population of our city has increased by 32,000 people in the last 20 years. Armed robberies at medical marijuana dispensaries are becoming more prevalent in our state. Just this week, a quadruple homicide at a medical marijuana growing operation happened in Kingfisher, and the suspect has not been captured and is still on the run. Our city isn't the same small bedroom community in the past. We're starting to develop some of the bigger city problems. In 2022, we've seen a record number of threats at Norman Public Schools, a record number. We need the right equipment to equip our officers, to keep them safe, to keep our children safe, and to keep citizens safe. We need the right equipment to collect evidence so the DA can determine if a person should or shouldn't be convicted of a crime. I'm asking you to vote in favor of supporting public safety tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
A lot of buttons, sorry. Robert Campbell.
Some of the comments about civil asset forfeiture. First, I want to speak of a citizen-level attempt at a point of order. It is an undue burden on the public to ask us to sign up and proclaim whether we are for or against an agenda item before a presentation has been made in a public forum. For those with extremist political views in the audience, a citizen at the podium can feel like it puts a target on his or her back. Norman is an educated town. Most of us have nuanced, well-thought-out comments. We may be for something in principle, but have reservations about how equipment is used. We may be against something, such as items purchased through civil asset forfeiture, brought forth by Rule of Three by Military Conservative Council and Mayor after campaigning on it in churches. Now, I'm for the majority of these items. As you may be aware, many of our roads sorely need resurfacing and potholes filled. We have many non-contiguous sidewalks. I'm speaking from experience on this next item. Electric bicycles, of which I relied on for years out of poverty, not for fun, but out of utilitarianism to get places, are not solely an assist. They can become a crutch. And once you get where you're going and you're not relying on the motor, it is an added weight and strain. Additionally, they give a false sense of athleticism and ability, literally making the operator feel bionic. I felt it. The accidents that can occur from them can be more catastrophic and even disabling than traditional police bikes. We are going to have e-bike officers chasing e-scooters and other electric bicycles that we now provide as a city. This sets up a scenario for serious personal damage. And now I'm going to try to give you a little visual. Acromioclavicular glenohumeral tears and bone spurs leading to the need for complete shoulder replacement, complex tibial plateau fractures, pitting edema, etc. Caveat emptor, buyer beware. Drones, how many drones? It is not delineated what the drones will be for. Without more details, it is difficult to support the drones. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mary Frances, I didn't see
Is she back
her.
from her surgery?
Okay. John Skameyhorn?
Good evening. I'm Dr. John Skameyhorn, a retired chemical engineer. I have lived in Ward 1 for 41 years. The primary function of government is to protect its citizens, both from one another and from outside attack. Protection includes persons and property. This has to be the first thing we take care of as municipal government before other needs. The city of Norman is blessed with perhaps the best police force in the state of Oklahoma. The brave men and women of our law enforcement put themselves in danger to protect us. It is the responsibility of this council to provide the resources they need to do their job. If they say they would benefit from a Bearcat or the other equipment that the chief listed, they've earned our trust, and we should provide it as our lives may be on the line. I am frankly amazed that we have not seen a loss of much of the force, as they could work elsewhere and have tolerated verbal abuse from some citizens and some members of this city council. Here is our chance to show that we trust those in blue who sacrifice so much for us. Now, I'm addressing the equipment here. As for the financing, I'm ambivalent about the source of the financing, and I trust the wisdom of this council to identify the funding source.
Thank you, sir.
Austin Ball.
Good evening. My name is Austin Ball, and I live in Ward 1. I'm also running for the Ward 1 City Council seat coming up in the next election, and felt it was imperative to show up tonight and support our men and women of law enforcement, and to show my support for the purchase of the Bearcat and all the rest of the equipment that they've requested. On May 24th of this year, in the small South Texas town of Uvalde, a deranged and mentally ill 18-year-old shot his grandmother, got into his vehicle and fled his home. He wound up outside of Robb Elementary School, where he went into an unlocked side door and then went into 2 adjoining classrooms and barricaded himself in. As police waited for 74 minutes for equipment and personnel to arrive from neighboring communities, this individual executed 19 kids, 2 teachers, injured 17 others, and destroyed countless families. 74 minutes. 74 minutes of hesitation and waiting that cost 21 people their lives. Now, the city of Norman already has a few major advantages over Uvalde, and these advantages, despite the actions of some members of this council to defund our police department and remove them, are that we have men and women who are trained for these types of situations and are ready to respond at a moment's notice. We are blessed to have extremely competent and amazing leadership and dedicated officers who would never hesitate to put their lives on the line to save an innocent. So when these men and women request a piece of equipment to not just do their jobs better, not just to protect themselves, but a piece of equipment that can be used to rapidly respond to a tragedy like Uvalde and save lives, to save our children's lives, then we should do everything in our power to get them this equipment, especially when the majority of the funds are coming from criminals. So, if you believe like I do, that we have men and women who will gladly risk their lives to save one of us and to save one of our children, then please give them the resources they need to accomplish this mission and stop treating our officers, our heroes, who already sacrifice more than most of you will ever know, worse than the criminals they protect us from. Thank you. God bless and good night.
Thank you, sir.
Roger Gallagher.
Roger Gallagher, Ward 6. I want to simply say, if you look at history and the human condition, things are pretty simple until you consider what people can do to each other. Throughout history, public safety individuals, as far back as medieval times, we've had rough police officers or a rough sketch of police officers doing their duty. Now, consider what has happened in the years. You start with a nightstick, you go to a car now. Cars have radios, nobody can outrun radios. You have aircraft, you have body armor. Not enough body armor for the police in Norman today. But simply what I'm saying society is changing. It's changed since the 50s. It's become more vitriolic. It's become more questionable. Families have had a huge problem meeting some of the societal uproars. And the police are on the receiving end of all of these things. Look at it this way. When an officer goes to work, he hopes for the best, of course, but he plans for the worst. And when the detail goes out, they don't know what to expect, but they are there and they want the best equipment they can have. And that's up to the citizens of a city, and oftentimes city councils like this, to prepare them. Increased weaponry has made it very lethal for police to confront people face to face. The Bearcat is not a military vehicle. There are vehicles in the military similarly designed to it. But if you look at a Bearcat and you have an RPG or armor-piercing .50 caliber, you will blow through the tires. You will even take care of some of the battle-proof, armor-proof, bulletproof windows. Now, the police need the best protection.
Luigi, I apologize if I mispronounce this, Luigi Povani?
Again, Luigi Polvani, Ward 4. I'm in favor of any of the department of the city to have the equipment they need. Keyword, need. I approach this, I'm new around here. Every time there is a new issue in City Council, I am trying to understand. It's a lot of work wrapping my mind around this, and it's the first time I'm faced with civil asset forfeiture. And yes, someone dropped some numbers about how little of that money comes from the citizen of Norman, and most importantly, how little of the money comes from innocent people. But even if a single cent of that money should not have been taken by the government, we need to stop for a second, reevaluate, and give back what has been taken from innocent people. Because here, we're making the first injustice. Here, we are a tyrannical government. Well, you're voting on this. You're a tyrannical government that's taking away from innocent people. Think about it. You're accused for a crime, you prove your innocence, and yet you don't get back the stuff that's been seized from you because you don't have the force, you don't have the means to fight for it. What we should do is put this on hold, go through where these funds come from, and reevaluate. That's what I would say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Point, yes, sir.
Can we make sure that the people that signed up for on the for side are actually going to be speaking for the thing instead of against it?
Understand, we don't have a way of being able to understand that before, when they sign up, they
Can you shut them down if they're not speaking for it?
Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to interrupt, you can exit. We're not going to interrupt. What if we want to sign up on the list? Then you have an opportunity to do that.
Before the meeting started. Okay, the next speaker is Melvin Pruitt.
Hello, council. My name is Melvin Pruitt. I live in Ward 2. I've lived there for 14 years. I love Norman, Oklahoma, and I'm here to speak about something that's been going on quite a while, systemic, if you will, for the last couple of years here at the city council in our city. What's going on, 2 years ago, city council, the previous city council voted to defund our police, $860-something thousand. They took away our funding, most of our funding for our police department, a good chunk. Then later on, they denied $500,000 of a federal grant for our police department for things that they needed. When the police department says they need something, they're trained. You have no idea what they need, okay? You have to trust their judgment. They've been police officers for a long time. Nobody comes to your business and tells you how to run your business, tells you what you need, okay? Now, this isn't the first time that they defunded it. They defunded several things that was mentioned earlier by some other people. There's other times they turned down the police department for things they needed. Every time it came up, it was defunded or just voted down, okay? Now, we need to realize that the people here, or the 100 people who email in to the city council members, they're not all of the people. Matter of fact, the people were you're right, it was very divisive. It was so divisive that the people went to the legislative branch and said, we need a law, we need something done about this. We can't get our city council members to listen to us. They're not following the lead of the people. It's not what we want. So the legislature had enacted a law that says that you can no longer, a municipality in Oklahoma can no longer defund the police without a vote of the people. It has to be on the ballot. Now, I see this continual hate for the police department all the time. It's ridiculous. It's got to stop. You see everybody here, the city council members, almost all of them are new. They got voted out, people, okay? Now, we can make new laws and we can take this police things right out of your hands.
Mr. Pruitt, would you stick to the subject that we're on?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Defunding anything or saying no to anything the police needs is wrong. They need it. They have a right to ask for it. And if there's money for it, you need to give it to them. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, sir.
Gary Barksdale.
Mayor, I do want to express my appreciation to each and every one of the council members for maintaining a respectful integrity and honor. And I appreciate those of you who hold your oath to the Constitution. I appreciate that. I also would like to express my discontent with the fact that 6 minutes have been robbed from the pro side because people purposely signed up on the pro side who were voicing con opinions, purposely. A true military vehicle. The same goofy leftists who make that type of hyperbolic, fallacious comment are the same type who call a .223 hunting rifle a weapon of war, an assault weapon. Shield and helmets are militarization. I guess the fire department is a military branch because they have shields and helmets. And I guess when I'm riding my motorcycle, I must be riding a military death vehicle. It's laughable, it's funny. The whole idea of civil asset forfeiture, I'm opposed to. And that's been one thing that I have shared with one of the council members up here. However, this fund has already been adjudicated. It's already been adjudicated. The thing about this hostility of this council toward police was mentioned last night on News 9. News 9 singled out Norman's deficiency in being able to retain and hire police officers, and they also talked about the poor equipment. That's related to our council's hostility toward the cops. It's evidenced by the criticism from some people on this council that are members of ACAB and Burn, Loot, Murder. But when the police tried to get necessary equipment, as Council Member Foreman even mentioned, they were voted down because of a hostile council. I trust our Sheriff's Department for having a Bearcat because the Sheriff's Department are directly answerable to the people. I've had some ambivalence about trusting the City Council over the last couple of years. When I ran for office, I backed the Bearcat. But since then, we saw a council and a mayor that was hostile and exercised tyranny. Who knows, maybe she would have used that Bearcat against Visage Spa for wanting to stay open during her tyrannical edicts. If you have hopes in your insurance with the knowledge that you'll never use it, you pay for it, you buy it, with the idea that you're never going to use it, with the hope that you're never going to use it. And I hope that this Bearcat is never used. But it's better to have something when you need it than to not have something when you need it. I'm sure that some of you guys that even voice opposition to firearms have firearms in your houses to protect yourselves. I bet you have that firearm with the hope that you never have to use it. Well, like I said,
Sorry, Maggie Logue.
Maggie Logue, and I'm in Ward 5. I just know over the past 2.5, 3 years, our law enforcement officers have had a horrible time being defunded first. They got some money, they've asked for equipment, didn't have it. I'm with everybody else that's for this, that when our police officers say that their equipment is outdated, or they don't have it, or it's in bad shape and it can't be serviced, that's a problem. I've lived in Norman for 23 years, and yes, crime has risen. I think everybody knows that. You feel it. And there's parts of town that aren't near as safe as they used to be. And I do know, I've had many interactions with the police, some on purpose and some not. And I've never had an issue with any of them, or anybody, my neighbors haven't, you know, the people that I know have never had an issue with them. But I just feel like we need to support our law enforcement. The city's growing, the crime's up, and if we don't support them, this nice little Norman town is not going to be too nice anymore. And I just feel real strongly about it. The other thing that really has bothered me is that when people on the council are accusing the police department of not managing their funds properly, I don't understand why that comment was made, and it really offends me, and I'm quite sure it offends the police officers. So I am definitely for it. I'm for using the fund that's already available, and I think we need to give them the equipment that they need. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mark, do you want to speak? And I didn't know you signed up for or against. I mean, John, I'm sorry, I don't know why I'm calling you Mark. Okay. Let me switch microphones over to.
All y'all know me, my name's John. Hi. You know, well, mic closer. Mic a little closer. How about this? There we go.
There you go.
Rock star here now, guys. Okay, what I'm saying is I think we really do need to support our police department. We have a lot of things going on in Norman. There's a lot of, they need the right equipment. When they're fighting something and you don't have the right equipment, then it can be really dangerous to both sides when you don't have the right equipment. You can resolve the issue a lot quicker when they have the right equipment. And some of the drug cartels, they have the best equipment they can have out there. They can shoot these officers before they even get an eye at them in the dark. So when it comes to, I do think that we need to have so much money that the police can use on getting equipment every year. And it should be maintained, trying to maintain the highest equipment that we can get for our police officers. Okay? I don't agree that it should be the last month. Okay, guys? It should be like this. It should be, okay, we're going to allot this much money every year. That's what they do with apartment complexes. They say, okay, we're going to allot this much money to taking care of our complex, to maintaining it to a certain support. And that's why we really need to do it. You know, I've had some bad experiences with police officers, and I've had some good. But I think they still need to have the right equipment to be able to take care of the situations whenever it is bad. Because we do have a lot of bad people out there in Norman. It's not like it used to be. It's not near what it used to be. I mean, you go down to Presidential Gardens down there, they had to have officers on bicycles stopping everybody because it was so bad down there with crime. You know, and that's what we need to look after our police officers. They're putting their lives on the line. And for $48,000 a year, you couldn't get me to do it. And that's what I think it starts off now, isn't it, 48,000? Or even less than that. But, you know.
Move the mic over toward.
Oh, sorry. So we really do need to, you know, take care of our officers. They're there when you really do need somebody, you know, and when you really call them. And I know each one of us could have had that time when they really need that officer, and then maybe there was an officer still. And that's what we really need to look after. So I'm for it, but I'm really on criteria of making sure it's used for the right purposes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, that's all the speakers that are signed up.
That's all the speakers that are signed up. All right, that's. Regarding this item, Councilmember Foreman.
Chief Jackson, do you mind coming up to the podium for a minute? Call to the principal's office. Okay, so, you know, I used to work at a police department, and I used to buy things. So when you say things are expired, like bulletproof vests, they have a shelf life. They like to say 5 years, right? And then you replace them, that sort of thing. But they're still functional. So when these things are expired, are they past that 5-year limit? Like,
Go ahead. I got you.
Okay. They have passed the manufacturer suggested warranty. They're no longer covered by that manufacturer.
okay, that was my question to you. Thank you. And then City Manager Pyle, Chief Jackson said earlier that these requests have been made, but it's never made its way up the chain. Can you speak to why that is if they have expired equipment and that's a request they're making? Why council's not being presented with it?
So most of what council sees is based on precedents set by prior councils. So when council takes action and votes no on certain items and issues related to either the utilization of asset seizure money or certain types of equipment, those requests quit coming to council because we take the lead from your prior votes. So if council votes no repeatedly, we quit bringing
Sure.
those to you until council requests.
Are we making that request, Chief Jackson, on the general fund or through seizure funds?
For in the
For what you're
past-
asking for now,
in the now,
Yeah.
honestly, I don't care where it comes from, general
Okay.
funds, seizure funds, it doesn't matter, as long as we get the equipment for our people and the community, that's all I care
But
about.
those requests aren't coming through the general fund,
The initial request for budget was just general fund.
but that was denied on general?
But tonight,
Well, no, I'm saying in the past, if historically, like if they've been, it's always been seizure, that it's always been presented. Okay. Okay.
We've requested from both, seizure and general.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Holman?
Thank you. I appreciate everybody that's here in attendance tonight, everybody that's signed up and spoke about this issue. I think it helps us make better decisions when we have more public feedback. I want to state, first off, that based on the feedback I've heard, I do support the purchase of these items. Almost all of them are items that we currently have, that we need to replace, that we're currently using, that we have been using. I do agree with some of the comments about questions on how some of them are used. I know I've heard questions about how the drone unit is used, but it is a unit that we do have in existence that has been providing pretty good value to the department over the last 3 years, in my observation, and making sure they do have the equipment needed to do that properly, I think is appropriate. So I do support these items. My only objection to this item is the funding source. That is based off of feedback that I've received since we started discussing this item, and feedback and opinions that I've formed over a number of years regarding civil asset forfeiture. I do want to make a few comments. I am planning to propose a budget amendment on this item, and I want to provide a few things just as a justification for this. Primarily, as one speaker, I guess a candidate for Ward 1, mentioned, quote, "The majority of funds are from illegal activity or from cartels." The majority, not all, the majority. So what that tells me is we know that it's not all from people that have been convicted, charged with crimes. It's not all from cartels. We don't know that. We have no information that tells us that that is, in fact, where all of that money came from. And I agree, most of it probably has. And previous Chief Humphrey, when asked this same question several years ago, his response was, "I don't know if it's 100%, but I can assure you most of it is from people charged and convicted of crimes." And for me, most of it is not good enough to use this type of funding. Knowing that people can have their property taken by the government with a very low threshold of evidence, or none at all, actually, and that you would have to intervene and hire attorneys and defend yourself and prove, you have to prove that the property was not used in a crime. The government does not have to prove it. And I've experienced this firsthand, as others have mentioned. I would also mention all police departments across the country, and really government agencies in every department are having a hard time hiring people. Our Public Works Department is down by more than a dozen staff positions. The people that keep up the streets and the sidewalks and the water lines and all those things, they are down. Everybody is down. Moore Police Department is down in officers. Edmond is down. Oklahoma City is significantly down. Tulsa. Last week, I was in Lexington, Kentucky, the home of the University of Kentucky. They're a city of about 300,000 people. They have a fully funded police department. They have 2 Bearcats. They have 2 helicopters. This is stuff that they told us. And they are down by over 100 officers right now. And so, I understand that these items help attract talent, perhaps, if another department has it and we don't, and it can make them feel safer coming here than somewhere else. I definitely understand that, but I want to make it clear that having that type of stuff does not guarantee that our staffing issues will be solved, and that's apparent across police departments around the nation. There are a couple articles I do want to mention as a further justification for why I do not support civil asset forfeiture funds. And I also want to be clear that if we don't use these funds tonight, we do, as a community and as a council, have to have a conversation about what we're going to do with civil asset forfeiture policy and the funds that we have going forward. Is there an ethical way that we can spend them to benefit our community without having departments or nonprofits or agencies being reliant on that type of funding? That's a discussion that we need to have. A discussion about where those funds come from and how comfortable we feel accepting them depending on where they come from. This article, I would mention, is from the Frontier, a local publication. It talks about how in 2018, the amount of cash seized by, forfeited to Oklahoma law enforcement nearly doubled over the year prior. We heard tonight that in the last 3 years, forfeiture proceedings against Norman residents has increased every year over the last 3 years. We heard that directly. We've got other cases of Minnesota man who had 10,000 K seized in Wisconsin traffic stop. Says police had no right to take the money. This is a 12-page article about that case and how that turned out. How a trip to buy farmland ended with police taking his cash. An immigrant and his business partner are fighting to get back more than $100,000 seized by Oklahoma police that allege it was drug money. They did end up getting those funds back, but after a very lengthy court case, which they had to pay the fees for. This is a couple years ago in Oklahoma. Months after $53,000 seized, Oklahoma County returns donations to a Christian rock band. This band had been touring the nation, playing shows and raising money to give to charity. And as they were driving through Oklahoma, they got pulled over and they had a large sum of cash on them. Law enforcement confiscated that funding. And after a national news story and outcry about it, it obviously didn't look very good. A Christian rock band traveling through Oklahoma gets pulled over and has all their money taken, money that was meant for charity. So that was adjudicated and given back. This one is a man says Oklahoma police seized $140,000 from him without cause. That's another one that ended up getting adjudicated. That was the Oklahoma County Sheriff's Department. Civil asset forfeiture. I'm a grandmother, not a drug lord. Why can police take my property? This is about a case where an elderly woman had her vehicle taken by the police. No charges were filed. She was not convicted of anything, but she had to fight a several years long legal battle to get her property back. And as mentioned before, new proof that police use civil asset forfeiture to take from those who can't fight back. The vast majority of civil asset forfeiture cases you will come across involve not large sums of money and tractor trailers with payloads of cash from cartels. It's actually mostly smaller amounts of money, amounts that people are less likely to hire attorneys. You're not going to spend $10,000 on an attorney to get $5,000 back. At least most people are not going to do that. Most people can't afford to do that. This one's from a couple years ago, the Neiman Law Office, law enforcement in the United States, in 2017 seized more money from the public than was reported stolen in robberies that same year in the United States. Police say seizing property without trial helps keep crime down. A new study says they're wrong. These are the titles of these articles. I definitely encourage everybody to check them out. I sent links to them all to the whole council to take a look at. Civil asset forfeiture, this is from the Southern Poverty Law Center. Civil asset forfeiture, unfair, undemocratic, and un-American. In my view, it does go against the principles of the United States Constitution. And see, there's this one is civil asset forfeiture. There's 7 horror stories of stories around the country. Another one that is full of stories about, read the stories of civil asset forfeiture victims. No drugs, no crime, and just pennies for school. How police use civil asset forfeiture is a very handy, informative packet of information about how civil asset forfeiture is used around the country. Police seized $10,000 of a couple's cash. They couldn't get it back until they went public, and there was a massive public outcry and a national story. Only then did they get their stuff back. This one happened just last year in Nevada. Pushed to change Nevada law after troopers confiscate man's $80,000 life savings. Watch Nevada Highway Patrol officers seize a veteran's life saving through civil asset forfeiture. This is the same case. It included a military veteran. This happened last year in Nevada. The video, body cam video of the whole ordeal is on YouTube, and this story has a link to that video. I definitely encourage everybody to watch it. This one is Kansas law enforcement routinely produces error-filled reports on seized cash and property. This is from last year. And it's been complete hell how police use a traffic stop to take $91,000 from an innocent man. The money was supposed to go toward buying a legendary music studio. Now his dreams are on hold while he fights the legal case to get his money back. Those are just some of them that I was able to pull up with just a couple hours and print them off. Just some of the most notable cases I've been able to find around the country. And again, this can happen to anybody. You do not have to be charged with a crime. You don't have to be convicted of a crime. And in the experience that I personally had, I was acquitted of criminal charges, and the district attorney decided to continue pursuing the case as a civil matter to keep the property of the business that I worked for. They appealed that issue all the way to the state Supreme Court to try to keep the property that belonged to the business I worked for. The state Supreme Court. And we were adjudicated, thankfully, by the Supreme Court, and we won that case. But it took 22 months to go through that entire process. 22 months, 3 jury trials, a district court hearing, and then a Supreme Court hearing. So civil asset forfeiture is a really big problem, in my opinion. It's not an ethical funding source. It does create an incentive for law enforcement to seize property. There is a financial incentive. In Oklahoma, it's 100%. There are several states, New Mexico, Missouri, Wisconsin, Indiana, North Carolina, Washington, D.C., Maryland, and Maine, where law enforcement gets 0% of the proceeds of forfeiture funding. Some of those states have forfeiture policies, but they don't allow law enforcement to directly benefit from them. And those states are not politically one way or the other. Half of those states have Republican governors, half of them have Democrat governors. And so, and I would mention civil asset forfeiture grades and policies vary statewide, and they don't seem to have any correlation to political leanings for the state. I would also mention the standard of proof, which was mentioned earlier. Oklahoma has the second lowest standard of proof, which is a preponderance of the evidence. Probable cause is the lowest. The highest would be beyond a reasonable doubt. Nebraska and North Carolina are the two states that require beyond a reasonable doubt. Nebraska and North Carolina, one has a Democrat governor, one has a Republican governor. So again, political persuasion doesn't tend to have a sway on this issue. And the innocent owner burdens in civil asset forfeiture laws. In Oklahoma, we're one of the states where it's the owner of the property's burden to prove that their property is innocent, if you will. Multiple states require the government to have the burden, and a few states, their policy is just depends on the property. So there is a national ranking, as I've mentioned before, for states. Only one state scores an A. It's an A- for New Mexico. And the state of Oklahoma scores a F or a D- for Oklahoma, and the United States government scores a D- as well for the integrity of those programs. So knowing that the funds were taken from people charged and convicted of crimes. The state of Oklahoma scores a D-, and the federal government also scores a D- for integrity. So the fact that most of these funds come from the federal and state government in this manner concerns me even more and is a more justification why I don't think we should use them. And so I have no stories of the Norman police pulling people over and taking their cash or large sums of cash. And it shows here that most of these funds aren't coming from Norman PD, they're coming from the state and federal government. So given this information, the thoughts on civil asset forfeiture, and the questionability of that funding source, in my opinion, I would like to make a proposal, an amendment, based on the fact that we also have been extremely fortunate the last 20-plus months. We have had record-setting sales tax revenue over the last 20 months, and we currently have a very significant and very healthy general fund surplus. And my opinion about this is that if these items are a priority need for the city of Norman, and we must have them, then the general fund should be a viable option for us to consider, especially when there is a significant surplus for it. These are one-time priority needs, as explained, and that is what I believe a general fund surplus should be for as it stands. So I would like to formally propose an amendment that instead of using civil asset forfeiture funds for this item, that we instead use the general fund surplus to fund the items on this agenda item. And I appreciate all of you bearing with me as I make my case up here about this item. I feel extremely strongly about this particular issue of civil asset forfeiture. And I do want to support these items. I do support these items, and I do want to vote for them. And with general funding, I do plan to vote for them.
So that I understand your amendment, it would be Resolution R 222360 appropriating $943,160 from the general fund surplus fund balance and authorizing the purchase of certain public safety equipment to be used during special events, critical incidents, search and rescue events, and safety equipment for the SWAT team, the Hazardous Devices Unit, and the drug and crime education in the community. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
And I that in the future, that outside of forfeiture funds, that items like this that are needed by the police department that have gotten worn out or whatever that expired, that those be brought forward in the budget process for the council in the future to consider in the overall police department and city budget. I think is the appropriate way to go in the future, and that's what we should not let these things get to where they are. So that is my amendment. Thank you very much.
Appropriating $943,160 from the general fund surplus fund balance and authorizing the purchase of certain public safety equipment to be used during special events, critical incidents, search and rescue events, and safety equipment for the SWAT team and the Hazardous Devices Unit and drug and crime education in the community. I have a second. Council members, you may cast your vote on the amendment. Well, we're going to have comments. We're voting on the amendment, and it's amending the fund from which we are taking the funds, the $943,160 from, instead of taking them from seizures and restitution fund, we're going to take them from general fund surplus.
Thank you.
Are we allowed to ask questions?
Yes. Yes. Right now, council
Let me
member.
just say, there were several council members already in line to speak on the item before the amendment came up, so I'm going to clear that queue, and you guys go ahead and push your buttons again.
And I have one question before we start. Mr. Manager, is this possible?
Yes, it is, sir. We have a estimated current fund balance in excess of all of our reserve policies at approximately $6 million.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Studley.
That was my question, was about what was the total amount that we have available in our general fund surplus. So is this appropriate time to make comments still, or should I wait until after?
Make a comment
On the amendment.
on the amendment, yeah.
So this is just regarding the amendment? Okay, I'll wait.
Councilmember Foreman?
Okay. So I do support the amendment Councilmember Holman made in changing the funding source. I see differently on the funding from Councilmember Holman, but I do support that. Overwhelming Ward 6 is in favor of this item and the next item. There were a lot of questions with the seizure funds. Okay, I get it, I understand. We can put pause on that if we have general fund surplus, and I'm okay with this, but I do not think that the conversation needs to stop on what we need to do with that money. That is a lot of money that is just sitting there. I do feel we have a responsibility to protect the general fund because, as we saw, we had a ice storm come through, and that was $9 million, city manager, and we didn't have that. And so, not the biggest fan, but I am supportive of doing this as long as we acknowledge that this fund exists and it is for law enforcement. And if it is there, we need to do law enforcement things with it. So I do support the amendment.
Thank you, ma'am. Which one? Councilmember Tortorella?
I see the issue with the asset funds, and I don't see the benefit of switching funds at this moment here. I mean, this is for you, Daryl. What other issues, what other budget items do we have that might jeopardize passing if we use any money from the general fund to fund this?
The city council has one primary discretionary bucket of funds. That is your general fund. Those are dollars available to you to spend on any governmental purpose, including the spot you go to in the event of natural disaster, weather emergency, et cetera. When developing revenue projections for the current fiscal year, there wasn't a high level of confidence in how those numbers would hold up throughout the course of the fiscal year. We've just never been in this position before, coming out of a pandemic, watching construction costs go up and inflation and how that may impact those revenue projections. But, as of 5 months through the fiscal year, or approaching the end of month 5 in the fiscal year, our revenue projections are holding fairly well. This just would reduce your amount of discretionary funding by about $1 million. And none of us know what's going to happen between now and July 1, so.
Thank you for that. My only issue is that discretionary funds are just used for that, but we've had an ice storm in 2007. A lot of folks are here for that. We have issues that might pop up. I just don't think that we should put ourselves in jeopardy financially if we deplete the general fund for something that is already there to be used. The civil asset fund, a lot of folks I understand have issues with this, and I've had those conversations with a lot of folks from different wards, but quite honestly, there's no other use for the fund than to fund police equipment purchases here. So I don't agree that this is the right path forward. I think we should conserve those general funds for things that we really need. And we can't foresee what's going to happen 6 months from now. But that's the purpose of having a separate fund to fund this equipment. That's my only issue. I just don't want to jeopardize what we have. I don't want to jeopardize any of the spending that we can use in the future when we have money available for this purpose.
Thank you. Councilmember Studley?
Okay, so just kind of listening to some of the comments and listening to Councilmember Holman talk about police departments nationwide being down, police staff, and just kind of thinking about things as a whole, and then moving this from the asset forfeiture funds to the general fund is a lot to consider. I do agree with Rashar regarding, the general fund needs to be used for other things. We have emergency situations that come up, but I'm not okay with using civil asset forfeiture funds, and I know that the police need this equipment. So I've got a lot of things roaming through my head right now. First, I think the distrust of police nationwide. What we're doing tonight is exactly why there's a distrust of police. We like to throw these things in last minute and then ask for these funds and be vague about it. Like, we're not going into detail of what we need these drones for. We're not getting statistics. We're not having public hearings. We're not having real time to discuss these things. So when you do that, it seems very, it just causes the distrust and the continued discord throughout the community. So I think, and that's nationwide, and I think that the nation is seeing that, and they're not trusting what the police are doing because things are not being discussed openly in public with public input. So I think that's primarily where we need to start and change so we can have an ongoing working relationship between our community members and our police department. We have a great police department here in Norman. We are not Moore. We are not Oklahoma City. Our police department, our force listens, they care, they go into these crazy active shooter situations and pause and have thought instead of just going in guns blazing. And so I appreciate the work that our police department puts in for what they do. But in order to continue building and growing that relationship, these kinds of things is what causes the distrust. So in the future, let's not throw this in last minute because of a rule of 3. Let's have a public hearing and a public discussion so that Deputy Chief Jackson can answer questions that the public has. Like I said, these are good guys and they have good hearts and good intentions. And I don't feel like there's anything bad going on here. It's just, for me, it doesn't sit well when this is the highest funded department in our city and we can't budget for simple things like felling equipment. That is a big policy failure within the department, and I've got issues with that. And then for our city manager to set up here and say, well, previous council voted against something, so now we're not going to present it to new council. That's inappropriate, city manager. That's completely inappropriate. We are a new city council. Mr. Holman is the only one remaining here. So to say we're not going to present something when you have all of these new people here, that's not okay, and it's not appropriate for your departments. I'd like to see that in the future. Bring these things to us. I know it's important to replace expiring equipment. I understand that. I'm not saying I'm against what the police need, but let's be smart about what we're doing. I don't know. I'm thinking, so I know other people have comments.
Councilmember Grant?
I was just curious, that 1 million coming out of the general fund, if this amendment passes, does that touch any of the ARPA funds?
That would not, Your Honor.
Councilmember Lynn?
I just want to say, after taking this journey of coming up here and being voted in, part of the city, meeting all of our officers and the citizens along the way, the partisanship of this, I get it. I'm not a fan, to be honest with you, of how Oklahoma does the asset forfeiture funds, but that's what state law is, and that money's sitting there. I mean, we need to change the state law. I think there should be a bigger burden of proof. The burden should be on the state, but that's what it is right now. And then we should use those funds because there's no other use for them, and it's just sitting there. So now we're gonna, if we do this, we're taking from our taxpayers for things that we could use on whatever we wanted, and those other funds are limited for this kind of use. But I just know that I've grown to respect and love many of these officers and their families and the citizens of Norman over being in this position, and it's just about public safety for our officers and our citizens. That's all this is. It's tools to make them more effective. You can look at the bad things of any tool, like with a drone, but those drones are also used for search and rescue, and you could not find somebody faster than taking a drone over an area and scouting it faster than you ever could with people. These are tools that help assess situations and keep safety as the #1 priority. So I hope that we can get this passed. I don't care what pot of money it comes from. We need it. I think that we should, once again, protect the general fund for this and use these funds that are limited specifically for this. That's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Peacock?
Thank you. So yeah, I completely respect the perspective that Councilmember Holman has on this, on the use and ethical boundaries of civil asset forfeiture. He's obviously got some real life experience that none of us up here have and can't really speak to the nuts and bolts of it. But I draw back to the Finance Committee meeting that we had recently, and where Mr. Francisco mentioned that if we don't have a water rate increase coming up, that we might have to subsidize the water fund with the general fund. And so I would personally love to get your opinion on what we're discussing here tonight, if you wouldn't mind just giving us your 2 cents.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I'm Anthony Francisco, the finance director, and I appreciate Councilmember Peacock's question. I did want to kind of take a step back and talk about the 3 different funds that are under discussion this evening. Chief Jackson talked about the competition that is for funding and prioritized rankings given for funding out of the capital outlay money. That is in the capital fund. It is a separate fund primarily funded by the 0.7% capital sales tax. And again, it can only be used for capital goods. The seizure and restitution fund is a separate special revenue fund that has been discussed, can only be used for public safety expenditures. And yes, it has a current fund balance of about $1.6 million. The general fund is the general fund of the city, funded primarily by sales tax that can be used, as the city manager says, for any general governmental purpose. From a financial perspective, as we talked about at the Finance Committee, we do want to try to reserve expenditures of the general fund for things that cannot be funded from any other special revenue source. In this case, if council places priority on this proposed equipment From a financial perspective, it would best be funded from the seizures fund. And again, that is not to talk about the priority that is placed in competition with the other things in the capital outlay rankings that are done in the budget process. Where, as Chief Jackson said, this was considered. Many of the items that are under discussion tonight were ranked, but they were ranked lower than things like fire hoses, police car replacements, tandem dump trucks in the Public Works Department, or lawnmowers in the park maintenance fund. That's a competition, and there is no source of funds other than the capital outlay funds. So again, council's consideration should be of those things. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I appreciate that perspective. That's all I have.
Councilmember Schuler?
Mr. Francisco, don't go too far. So I appreciate you giving us background on each of these funding sources. Can you tell me right now, I know that I didn't prep you with this question, but our rainy day fund, how much money is currently in that fund?
Day fund has about $4 million, but again, it can only be used in the case of emergencies where the emergency reserve fund in the general fund has been expended, the operational reserve in the general fund has been expended, and a federally declared disaster has been declared in Cleveland County. So again, there's a lot of strings attached to using the rainy day fund.
Okay, that was going to be my second question. When can those funds be used? So thank you for clarifying about that as we think about conversations that were happening early about, ice storms and potential disasters that could come forward. We do have money currently set aside for situations like that that would not necessarily have to fully come out of the general fund if all of the correct
That's correct.
things fall into place. Okay. Okay, I think that's the only question that I have directly for you.
I'll stay close
Unless-
by.
I would love a little bit more clarification. This is a question that I asked last week in the study session about what exactly the seizure funds can be used on. Yes, I understand that it's for public safety as a whole bucket, but I think there's a lot of items that fall under that jurisdiction. And I asked about, were there other types of like community policing programs or other ways that, somebody else up here, Ms. Owen, said about utilizing these funds in a different way. Did you get more clarification on exactly those things? Or I know that they're, as we spoke, they are regulated by federal?
And state, there are two, either federal or state civil asset seizures. They have two different requirements, but they're similar. And they are a little vague, but primarily you can utilize it for anything public safety related. And one of the things we looked at was an education component of that, for our community. And as a matter of fact, it's one of the agenda items tonight that's simply allocated for education purposes. So I think there's some things we have to, and again, it would be questions for city legal to review exactly what we can and cannot, spend those things on for deeper clarification.
Okay, thank you. And then just procedurally for the way that this is going to go for like us voting on an amendment, can we provide some clarification for our audience on, I guess, Robert's rules and kind of what is going to come forward? Is the audience going to be able to speak on the item as amended? I just want the public to understand kind of the process that we're going through right now.
Well,
Go ahead.
After council questions, then we'll allow the public to address whatever they want to address in this and make a comment on the amendment. And that's the difference in the funds, not the gear itself. And then when we're done with that, I will propose that the motion, as it's stated, we'll vote on it. If the motion passes, then that becomes the motion. If the amendment doesn't pass, the original wording stays there.
Okay, just wanted everyone to kind of understand the process that we're working with, because it is a little bit challenging to understand, okay, what are we voting on? What can we speak on whenever we come up? Because I know that people were not able to sign up because now the item has been amended. So just wanted to provide some clarification on those things. I'll make final comments before we vote on the item, after I hear from the public.
Councilmember Studley?
Yeah, this is kind of going along with what Councilmember Schuler was saying, that we do have other options of what we can use this money for. I've heard several council members say, well, this is the only thing that we could use the money for, so let's use it. But as one of our citizens, Christina Owen, came up here and stated, we've used this money previously for an emergency youth shelter that is now not getting the funding, and they're having to take to Oklahoma City. So there are other options for this money and how it can be used.
Councilmember Holman?
Yes, thank you. I appreciate all the comments and feedback on this. Again, just to further clarify, I'm proposing this because of the significant general fund surplus that we have, that we are fortunate to have right now. And in light of the rainy day fund and the reserve fund being fully funded right now. So if it was general fund balance and we were on the edge here, I would probably have a different perspective about proposing this amendment. But because of our fortunate circumstance with the general fund right now and how it has a very significant surplus, and all of our rainy day and reserve funds are funded fully and meeting their requirements. And again, that these items are being presented as priority one-time expenditures, so not continuing expenditures that would be a burden on the general fund one time, and they're priority items. So the general fund, again, should be used when there's objection to other funds or questions about those funds. The general fund should be used to fund our priority needs in the city of Norman. So just again, that's my justification for proposing this amendment instead of the forfeiture funds. And definitely, regardless, look forward to discussing what to do with those funds should we not decide to use them.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Councilmember Foreman?
When Councilmember Schuler was speaking, City Attorney Walker, I saw you whip out some highlighted papers. And so I was kind of hoping that you could speak to what the seizure funds can be used for.
Sure, and I'll say this statute has been amended, it looked like about 20 times since 1978 or so. So this is what it currently says: enforcement of controlled dangerous substance laws, drug abuse prevention, drug abuse education, and things along those lines. So when we say public safety, we tend to think fire and police, but it's really law enforcement purposes only. And when you get into the federal law, it's even more restricted. There's a lot of different criteria and things they list out. I will say the previous expenditure for I think it was called the Emergency Youth Shelter, that was actually not a youth shelter for kids that were taken into custody because of their parents getting into trouble or anything like that. That was for kids who were in trouble themselves. So it was a law enforcement purpose, and that's why that money was spent. We don't have a shelter anymore, but we used to spend that, I think, annually at about $40,000 a year.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Studley.
Ms. Walker, was that the Allen Couch Center?
No, it was the JIC, the Juvenile Intervention Center, over there on Robinson.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to call the vote. I'm sorry, let the public, got ahead of myself. Are there members of the public who would like to speak to this change in funding?
You know, Stephen always has great ideas that sometimes works out. One thing I would like to know about where this seizure money. Sorry. Well, one thing I want to know is where these seizure funds, where are we going to use them in then? If it can be used on juvenile facilities, great. Let's go ahead and use that money there and use this other money on general funds on taking care of the police officers' equipment. So that way we can take care of that situation. And we can even go farther if that can be utilized in that area and help out our juveniles and keep them out of problems too. But let's see, where else can we use that money? That's what I want to kind of determine more on. Let's seizure funds, what else that can be used for, more in detail. I'd like to know.
So mine is less of a comment. Oh,
Introduce, please.
absolutely. I was about to do that. Jonathan Kendall, Ward 5.
Thank you, sir.
Mine is less of a discussion or commentary and more of a question for the members or the council members here. My understanding, acknowledging the ethical issues surrounding asset forfeiture and stuff like that, agree it needs to be addressed at the state and federal level to make it more fair and review. But in terms of the status quo, what we currently have right now, my understanding is, and understanding the different pots of money from the financial manager, this is funds that are currently there. Is it the public's understanding that these funds can't be returned, there's no possibility of a review of how they were seized, et cetera, and essentially, point blank, is it use or lose? Are the funds there, and if we don't use them, potentially lose them, or did they sit there and there's no possibility of it being diverted anywhere else? But basically, those funds are there, and there's not an option to give it back, but we have to figure out as a municipality how to use them. Is that my understanding? Thank you.
Catherine, do you want to answer that question? Or?
That is correct. There's a process to get it back. It's not a process that necessarily involves the city. And then after that process has gone through and finalized, that's when we get those funds or those proceeds.
So those are finalized, they're going to stay there until
Right.
you spend it.
Right.
Thank you.
Steve Ellis, Ward 4. Given what I said earlier, I think it's appropriate for me to say that the amendment actually handles one of my major problems with this proposal. So I want to support it. I do think that the council should seriously consider just foregoing the use of those funds, given how they're tainted. The use it or lose it talk makes the ethics teacher in me cringe a little bit. It's entirely possible that we could find something to do with them that would be appropriate, but I think that the only way that would be appropriate is if we were able to use those funds in a way that if didn't directly compensate the particular people who were harmed or potentially harmed by the collection of those funds, that we at least use those funds to help the classes or groups of people who tended to be harmed. So spending it on children makes some sense to me. Spending it on, for law enforcement purposes to aid the people who may have lower incomes or are involved with the need to rehabilitate from drug use or something like that would be appropriate. Now, I don't know what the legal standards are, but it seems to me that we shouldn't be using it for goodies. If we think that it's tainted money, we need to do something with it that honors the people who we shouldn't have taken it from in the first place. Thanks.
Goodies. That's what we're calling it. Things that protect you.
Teresa,
They're goodies. I'm sorry, Teresa Sterling, Ward 6. Now I'm just mad. I'm really mad. These are my brothers and sisters sitting over
Please
here.
address council.
Sorry, these are my brothers and sisters sitting over here. They have sworn to protect everybody in this room. It doesn't matter if you think their stuff is goodies or not. It's life-saving equipment. Now, we're past that, and I'm going to calm down. Asset forfeiture. It doesn't matter at this point. The money is there. It's taken. It's adjudicated. It's not going anywhere. It's not use it or lose it. It's sitting there and we're wasting it. We can't give it back. So let's use it. I hear, well, maybe we could use it on something better than the police. We want to use it on anything but what it's intended for. Let's use this money as it was intended to be used, and that is to protect our officers. Goody smile.
Thank you, ma'am.
I am Dan Munson, Ward 6. So I don't support the amendment. And the reason I don't support the amendment is all great cities protect their general fund. And I believe that using seizure funds is a much better vehicle to fund these things. So there's been some discussion like, we don't want to buy police stuff. We don't want to buy police stuff with this. If there was a program or if we could help kids out, we are helping kids out. Do you know bomb threats are called to Norman public schools all the time? Who's going to respond to those? A robot. What are we trying to buy? 2 robots. Kids sometimes go out hiking and they get lost. And when they get lost, what can help find them? Drones can. Drones can help kids be brought back to their families again. So there is a number of things that we are purchasing in all of these items that are very specific to protecting kids. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Melvin Pruitt, Ward 2. Melvin Pruitt, Ward 2. It seems to me like what I heard earlier, there's $1.6 million in this fund, and we're asking for 900 and something for the police. Sounds to me like she said that we only use $20,000 for the kids a year. Well, if we leave $600,000 in the fund, then we should be able to fund the kids for quite a few years. Seems to me like we can have our cake and eat it too. I don't know why we wouldn't want to do that.
Thank you, sir.
Just trying to make sure nobody was waiting behind me. Christina Owen, Ward 4. Since it's been brought up a couple times, I did want to clarify something real quick. Easy to get that confused. The emergency use shelter and the JIC are 2 separate entities. They're next to each other. They share the space. So a lot of times people do get it confused along with the funding. Well, City of Norman gave, I think you said 40,000 or in that range to the JIC. The emergency use shelter was only getting about 6,000 or so, not very much. Trust me, $6,000 does not fund an emergency use shelter. But previously they did get $120,000 a year from the county commissioners who did unfortunately completely defund them in 2013. So that is an option for the emergency use shelter. And if anybody has questions on the differences, I mean, obviously that's a thing that can be discussed later if there's money left in the civil asset forfeiture that you guys would like to use for something like that. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, Ali Penner again from Ward 1, and I've already spoken quite a bit on my opposition to civil asset forfeiture, and I would say support this amendment because I honestly don't think the city should be using civil asset forfeiture funds at all. I think they're too tainted and too morally questionable. I do support this equipment. A lot of this is good equipment. Those drones will be useful. The robots will be useful, and I would say support the amendment. If the amendment passes, support the bill as a whole, and if the amendment fails, oppose the bill as a whole, because my primary issue is the civil asset forfeiture fund usage. Thank you.
Good evening. Terry Sterling, Ward 6. 30 years, Oklahoma City Police Department. It's where I retired from. I don't appreciate your derogatory comment earlier,
Sir,
Ms. Studley.
Address council.
That's fine, but I do feel that I needed to get that out. As my wife said earlier, this is my brothers and sisters here, and I've watched them browbeat over the last several years. Asset forfeiture. Councilman Holman brought up about 1% of the seizures across this nation. If you don't like asset forfeiture, then you need to be talking to your U.S. Attorney General's office. That's where you will get it changed at. As a police officer at Oklahoma City, I use asset forfeiture and I dealt with it in a positive manner. I had informants call me and solve 3 unsolved homicides. And I was able to pay them with asset forfeiture money. It's not like TV. That's not how you pay informants out of your own wallet. You pay them, you get a thumbprint, they sign for it. It's very strict on how it's done. And as far as the Bearcat goes, I've seen I thought we were talking about just asset forfeiture?
Okay,
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
just on asset forfeiture or general fund?
Sure,
Okay.
sure. The asset forfeiture, like I said, I have seen it in use, watched Oklahoma City use it. In fact, I was headed to work one morning, had a gang member on his way to court for a drive-by shooting, hit my detective unit and totaled it out. They were able to go down, use asset forfeiture, and buy some Enterprise rental cars that had about 25,000 miles on them. They purchased these with asset forfeiture money. I could not take that car to the city garage. Everything done to that car, wiper blades, tires, gas, oil change, was paid for, was seized, asset forfeiture money. I've worked cases where we've seized vehicles. I had a drive-by shooting where the bad guy drove his buddy back home to get the gun and back to a 7-Eleven to shoot at a guy pumping his gas because they had a road rage. He had a 2008 Nissan Titan that had been paid off. Yes, that was seized. And you hear about people not being charged. Oh yeah, when you stop some guy down here going down the interstate, he's got a couple $100,000 in a hidden compartment. When he bonds out of jail, he's gone. That's why he wasn't charged. So a lot of these cases where it says nobody is charged is nonsense. Anyway, that's all I have.
Thank you, sir.
Michael Blunk, Ward 2. So something I think that we should explore, I mean, personally, I do think the asset forfeiture funds are, quote, tainted. I don't think we should use them. I think there are lots of legal questions around, actual ethical legal questions around, the nature of what makes a particular piece of property used in a crime or not. The fact that we use a preponderance of the evidence is an extremely low legal burden to bar to clear. I think personally, for lack of better terms, I think that's sketch. But in general, I think something that we as the public should know is what are the bounds for what counts as public safety funds? Because if we're going to have this conversation about civil asset forfeiture funds, which I don't think we should use, but if we're going to use them in any capacity, we should have that broader discussion at a later date about what those look like. And someone brought up earlier what we should do if we want to keep kids safe. And usually I don't get this animated, but this is something I do care deeply about. I'm a social worker here for the state of Oklahoma, and I work with kids. I drive across the state to talk to kids. I work with kiddos and families who deal with domestic violence. And if we want to, protect children, I mean, yes, I know bomb defusal robots can be used for that particular purpose, sure. But if we really want to protect kids, we need to have a conversation about what we as a community do.
Sir, would you please address general funds or seizure funds?
Right. Let me preface that. In general, I support the amendment. There we go. So, in general, if we're going to have this later conversation about asset forfeiture funds, we need to have a conversation not about high-end rhetoric about people hating cops. We need to tone that down, right? We don't need to be calling people criminals or thugs simply because they want to have conversations about how we use our public funds ethically, right? If we want to keep kids safe, then what we need to do is have a conversation about how we reduce domestic violence and use those funds appropriately. So I support the amendment. As other people have said, if the amendment passes, go ahead and support the whole amendment if it passes. If it fails, we can't use asset forfeiture funds for this purchase. We should have that conversation come June when we get ready to formalize the next year's budget. Thank you.
Gallagher, Ward 6, let me first say I am in favor of using the seizure forfeiture fund. That balance sits in a bank, and if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Francisco, it gains interest. So it is making money to do what? It's for public safety. This is a prime example of what it should be used for. This should not be your personal decision, but rather a decision for the safety and security of the city of Norman. That's what you need to think about.
Thank you, ma'am.
Jackson Foote, Ward 4. I learned quite a bit about civil asset forfeiture tonight, so thanks to all people who spoke on that, and I'd like to say that I'm doubly against it. I also wanted to ask some questions about police funding that I've had for quite a while, but I haven't seen them answered in this forum or any other forum. So in 1990, police spent $5.8 million. In 1995, $7.2 million. In 2000, $8.8 million. In 2005, $13.7 million. And as you probably already know, in 2008, spent $15 million. And then by the last fiscal year, those were all fiscal years, spent $32 million. You all will have to clarify over time the whole notion of capital expenses and how all that works. I am not an expert. I don't even know what a rule of three is. But I do have an interest in understanding how police funds have been used. And if we're talking about priority needs and police needs, I have questions about having an audited explanation for how funds were used to be able to talk about the current needs of the police. That makes logical sense to me. I assume it makes logical sense to other people. I heard this silly notion the other day from the 18th century about infinite property, that property is infinite. This is not a zero-sum game. I don't think anybody here who works for the city or who sits on city council is under that delusion. So I'm glad we are continuing the discussion that we're having and continuing to discuss how we are making Norman a great place to live for people. Again, those numbers, 5.8 million in 1990, 8.8 million in 2000, 15 million in 2008, 32 million in 2021, 2022. And that far, far outpaces population growth. That's like 500%, and population growth has gone up from 80,000 to 125, 128,000. So thanks again.
Oak, Ward 5. I understand that several people in this room have a personal issue with using the funds from the Seizure and Restitution Fund. It just seems odd to me that the money's there. It can only be used for the safety, and our law enforcement officers are in need of equipment, and I think that's what we need to do, and I am totally against the amendment.
Originally wasn't going to talk. I am Paul Wilson, Ward 1. The way I look at this, asset forfeiture is not taxpayer money. General fund is taxpayer money. As a taxpayer, I have absolutely no problem giving the Norman Police Department the equipment that they need. Obviously, They're the professionals. They know what they need. So, I mean, that's just how I feel. And on top of that, if I'm not mistaken, the general fund and the forfeiture fund are constantly being resupplied, if I'm not mistaken, by taxpayers, tax money, or by future seizures from people doing bad things. We all know I-35 is the corridor. I-40 is the other corridor. Oklahoma is the crossroad. It's been proven. It's not uncommonly known nationally. It is nationally known. That is why we have such a bad problem here. So, I mean, if it's going to be constantly replenished, use the money. It's not a use it or lose it. It just sits there. I'd love to have $1.6 million just sitting in a bank account that I can use when I need to. But if it is designated for public protection or public assets to help out the public, last time I checked, Norman PD provides that. If Norman Fire Department needed something, I would consider them it too. So, the other thing is, the 2007 ice storm was brought up. I did some research real quick. Thankfully, I had time. It was declared a national emergency. FEMA stepped in. Yes, we have to pay the money up front, but we do get the money back at a certain point. And if I'm not mistaken, in the last, well, I'd say 6 months to a year, we have seen OEC, we've seen OG&E butcher our trees to prevent the damage that we got from
if
the
you'll-
ice storm in 2007.
If you'll stay to either,
I am for using the amendment because it is taxpayer money. To be honest, I actually agreed with one of the council members. I don't care where the money comes from. Either way. As long as they get their equipment that they need to protect me and protect the rest of the citizens of Norman. So that's all I got.
thank you, sir.
Luigi Polvani, Ward 4 again. Thank you for the great discussion. I learned many things tonight, and this whole thing left me with more questions than answers about the failure at planning to replace something that 5 years in advance that's going to expire in 5 years, about oversight, about use of equipment, but on the amendment at hand, on the use of the tainted money, seems like it would be reasonable to use it, and while looking for possible other uses or as a supplement of the budget. I don't know, but yeah, I'm against using the general fund. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Howdy, howdy, Hannah Smith, Ward 1. I frankly don't care what y'all do, but if you do choose the general fund, please understand it is not a way out. Because if you choose the general fund, what you are saying to me is that this expenditure is more important than literally anything else that the city could spend money on. And I tell you what, I'm going to be critical of that. So I do not think that civil asset forfeiture is appropriate. I also think that there's a lot to think about any time that we pull from the general fund, because we have to prioritize literally everything. I appreciate y'all. I'm sorry that I held you to such a high standard, but it's what we do.
Thank you, ma'am. Evan?
Hi, Evan Dunn, Ward 7. I don't support this amendment on the grounds that since these monies are already adjudicated, I think that it should be reduced in half. And perhaps in order to disincentivize the proclivity for corruption to become unscrupulous in acquiring these assets, what if we implemented some ordinance that required there to be a compensatory repayment with CPI plus double the Fed funds rate has
Would you please
interest.
address whether you'd rather us use the general fund or seizure asset funds, please?
Yeah, I support the seizure asset funds if there is a allocation of funds for, I'm going to say this again, I'm going to say it until this dead horse comes back to life. Gardening and permaculture policies have got to be implemented. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Campbell, Ward 6, I'm for the amendment. I think that the civil asset forfeiture funds are ripe for public safety to use in a effort to help veterans and other homeless in a homeless shelter that we should have in our apartment complex through community-oriented policing, which I helped write the public safety sales tax for. And we've got the general fund money, so let's use it for that. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Are there any other comments from the public? All right. Any other comments? Oh, yep. Councilmember Holman. I've gotten brain dead, I'm sorry.
Thank you, and thank you again, everyone, for your comments. My final thoughts on this particular item are this. The vast majority of feedback I've received over this issue, and I've heard tonight and over the last few weeks, has on this particular item is, either whatever funding source it takes for the police department. And then two, I support these items, just not with forfeiture funds. So what I've heard is the vast majority of people support us purchasing these items for the police department. A lot of folks don't care where it comes from. A lot of folks say, just not the forfeiture fund. And so, again, that is part of my justification for this. I think it is a worthy and agreeable compromise that could get, I would hope would get a lot of support from the council. Thank you.
Councilmember Schuler?
Yes. I have a question and then a comment. Do we still have a police advisory board that is in sitting order?
Board is in the rebuilding process. It is a drop below the acceptable level of membership. So we're working on getting that rebuilt.
When do we foresee that board being at full strength?
We're starting up the process back in January, and hopefully in 2 to 3 months after that, sometime in the spring, we'll have people seated and ready to move forward.
Okay. I think moving forward, as we have members of the public that are a part of that police advisory board, I think it will be really important for items like this to go through that public process, like that happens with other boards and commissions that we have within the city. So I understand that it's in a rebuilding period, but my hope is that for future budget cycles, that they will be able to be part of that conversation. You're good. Thanks. So I want to first say thank you to everyone for showing up here tonight. I know that it's already getting late. I appreciate you coming and learning, sharing your thoughts and feelings, asking questions. And as somebody already mentioned, that sometimes you leave with more questions than you have answers. And I think that that just goes to show you that in many items, we need to have more continued conversation between members of our community and council. So I believe that there needs to be a more robust conversation about how civil asset forfeiture dollars are spent and how we would like as a community for that money to be spent moving forward. I've also heard members of this community asking for more robust public conversations about lots of different funding mechanisms and sources that we use. I remember a few months ago when we were talking about how our ARPA money was going to be spent. And there was lots of questions and comments from the public that they would like to have more of a say in that process. So I think that that is what we are asking, and that's what I'm hearing tonight too, is that we need to have more conversations around budgeting, priorities. And I think that let's remember next year when we start to have those budget conversations where they start in our finance committee, when we have study sessions on those priorities, I would like to see more robust conversation and outreach from community members telling us what they would like those priorities to be and what that money should be spent on. So all of those things said, I think that we need to continue to have a larger conversation about civil asset forfeiture money. So I will support this amendment moving forward.
Councilmember Tortorella?
I had a question for Mr. Francisco regarding the general fund. What's the possibility of us defaulting on the water bonds if you don't get the water rate increase passed?
My own suspicion and recommendation, of course, would be that if we fail to have adequate water revenues, that we would make cuts on the expenditure side in the water fund, particularly in the capital program for the water fund, so that we would not replace water lines and those sorts of things. We would put off capital expenditures until we get sufficient revenues. But the crying need is for that water rate increase. I would think that supplementing from the general fund would come behind cutbacks within the water fund.
Thank you, sir.
Councilmember Studley?
Okay. So first, I do want to say really quick about the for or against. I agree with some of the statements that our public has made here. I don't think it's fair that we ask them to sign up for or against, because that's like asking us to come in here prepared to how we're going to vote yes or no without hearing what our presenters are going to say. That's not fair to ask that of our public. That's not fair to ask you of that of council. We come up here and these people come up here to sit and listen to the presentation, what's being said, because those things that we're hearing can change our mind and sway us one way or another, because we're finding out new information that we may not have heard before. So to ask that of the public is unfair, and then to stop the meeting to say something about somebody who made up their mind during this is also ridiculous. So I just wanted to put that on record. I think we need to look at that policy and change it. As far as UVLAD, some comments were made. I think it's completely inappropriate to bring that situation up in this. During that situation, there were 376 officers in UVLAD that failed to protect those kids for 74 minutes. It took the State Border Patrol to come in to rescue those kids. It was not a failure of equipment or lack of equipment. They have a Bearcat in that city. So it's not a lack of equipment. It was failure of leadership from the officers that were there. As for this particular item, I know that our officers need this, so I am going to be in favor for this out of the general funds. However, please in the future, budget this out. This is a priority that you need. Any place that you work where you have equipment that has an expiration, or as you use it, it wears out and you're supposed to replace it, those are things that need to be put into a spreadsheet somewhere, so you know as those are expiring to put those into your budget and replace them one item as a time as you need them. Not wait until 20 or 30 things expire and then come to us with $1 million ask when you should have been budgeting this for years. But I am going to support it because, again, these are great officers that need this equipment, and it's not their fault that their leaders and our city manager failed to budget properly and do this the correct way. So that's why I'm going to support it. You guys need this equipment, and I think it's ridiculous that you're spending your own money and your own resources for something that should be supplied to you. A working bulletproof vest is absolutely needed for you guys, and to sit there with expired equipment, I apologize to you guys profusely that was not voted for through a previous council, and that was also not presented to us as this current council, because we do support you. That's all I have.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilmember Foreman.
So this isn't in regards, I'm sorry, Mayor, with the amendment, this is just a general statement that I don't think it looks favorably upon an already very dysfunctional council to scold grown men and women like their children. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. All right. So as there are no more questions and no more comments from this, the amended motion is on the floor. The amended motion is appropriating $943,160 from the general fund surplus fund balance and authorizing the purchase of certain public safety equipment to be used during the special events, critical incidents, search and rescue events, and safety equipment for the SWAT team and the Hazardous Devices Unit and drug and crime education in the community. Motion is on the floor. Council members, you may cast your votes.
Motion on the floor passes by a vote of 6-3. Voting against, Councilmember Tortorello, Councilmember Lynn, Mayor Heikkila.
Thank you. Now that it is in there, we need to adopt the resolution as amended. And I'll reread it again. I know you get tired of hearing this, but I want to make sure it's correct. Item number 27, Resolution R 222360, appropriating $943,160 from the general fund surplus fund balance and authorizing the purchase of certain public safety equipment to be used during special events, critical incidents, search and rescue events, and safety equipment for the SWAT team, Hazardous Devices Unit, and the drug crime education in the community. Council members, it's on the floor. You may cast your votes.
All votes have been passed, and the motion to adopt the resolution as amended from the general fund passes unanimously.
Excellent. Thank you. I'll probably hear that in my sleep as I'm. Yes, let's take a 5-minute break. We will be, no, well, let's make it a 7-minute break. We will be here at 30 minutes after. I couldn't wait. At least we got it, but now you're broke.
Yeah, and then, 7 minutes, 8 minutes,
Whatever it comes
there'll be a
up.
line.
There'll be a line. Well, I was trying to figure out how. Well, I can just go right to her. I know she's in line. All right. We are back in session. Item number 28, Resolution R 222368, excuse me, appropriating $353,000 from the general fund balance for the purchase of an armored all-purpose rescue Bearcat vehicle and the associated training. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the, Councilmember Studley.
Yes, I would like to make a motion to postpone item 27 until a date certain, 28, until a date certain of January 24th, so that we can host a public hearing to be held to allow the public an opportunity to directly ask NPD questions about the use of the Bearcat in our community. We have an opportunity to do that through a study session. We could cancel January 10th and do a public hearing, but I would like to postpone until date of January 24th.
Second.
Second.
Okay, just a second, I'm still writing. I have a motion to postpone this item, item 28, until January 24th. Are there any questions or comments from council on that? Questions or comments from the public? On the public on that.
I'm not going to say that I actively hip-checked Steve Ellis out of the way, but I kind of did. I appreciate the motion for this postponement. None of you were on this dais at the time, but back in 2016, when the Norman Police Department was considering body cameras, they held a public hearing in this chamber so that the public could directly ask the Norman Police Department questions about the use of the body cams, the protection of minors in the use of body cams, the storage of the footage, public access to the footage. And I would argue that since that time, there has largely been no controversy over the wearing of body cams by Norman police officers in this community. The public has largely accepted it. It's largely accessible footage to the public. You know, I think there's maybe been a few minor hiccups with that, but it's largely gone very well. And I don't understand why we are lowering the bar for something like this. We set a standard there where the police department was very open and accessible with the public. They understood that there were going to be some questions and some concerns, and they sat and stood here and talked to the public. They weren't defensive. It wasn't just a presentation that was read verbatim off a screen. They sat and they listened to the people that they were serving, that they were protecting, and listened to them and answered their questions. And I would argue that a body cam is not going to break down the door or fire tear gas through a window or use a battering ram to get through someone's front door. So since we're not going to be, even if this is passing tonight, we're not going to be acquiring this vehicle for 2 years, as the police department has told us. We're not getting it next week. It's not waiting to come in. So let's take the time to have that public hearing. I actually think that that could do a lot to bring people together in a way that this kind of setting doesn't. Throwing this on an agenda the Friday before it came up and then postponing it until the junk agenda of a holiday week is not the way to reduce tension or smooth over partisanship. It just isn't. And so I earnestly ask all of you to give this strong consideration, because I really think that the pros outweigh the cons here. It gives all of you time to develop questions. It gives the public time to develop questions. And then if you end up passing it, all you've got is 30+ days down the road when you're not going to get this vehicle for 2 years. So I appreciate Councilmember Studley putting this amendment forward, and please think about it and give it some honest consideration, because this is not going to be a piece of equipment that we're going to have anytime soon. But the long-term benefits of listening to the community are going to far outweigh the delay. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ward 7. I'd like to associate myself with everything that Kate just said.
Ward 4. I want to speak in favor of this proposal now for two reasons, now that I let Kate push me out of the way. The first of which is I do think that the body camera discussion was very, very helpful. And I do think that it helped assuage some difficulties. I am a person who has probably seen as much body camera footage as any private citizen in the city has seen. And I think it's been useful for me to help understand what's going on and to see how things are working, in particular with the homelessness issue and the body camera footage that I've seen. But the second point that I want to raise is I also think that having a study session will help bring this issue back into the realm of sort of policymaking, right? One of the things that I think has been interesting about the discussion that we've been having over the last couple of weeks is that it does seem to be pretty partisan and tribal. And City Council is supposed to be one of those places where what we're doing is sort of all on the same page. We at least have roughly similar kinds of values in terms of like local services, and we're trying to figure out how to best meet those values. And there are some factual questions, which you'll hear about later if this doesn't pass, about the safety effects of armored vehicles because of the effect that they have on questions of escalation. So there's a literature on this, and as somebody who is a professor and works in a college town, I hope that as policymakers, we would at least look to that kind of evidence before we made certain kinds of decisions. I think I know what it says, but I do think it would be interesting to hear what the other side says, and I think it would benefit you and have a more clear picture of what you're doing if you hear all of that evidence. So because there's a bunch of evidence out there that we are frankly not going to get to tonight, or at least that we can't process reasonably because of the way this has been handled so far, I think having a public hearing is great. Thanks.
Hello, Alexandra Penner from Ward 1, and I strongly support the motion to postpone and hold a public hearing. Sunlight is the best disinfectant. There's a lot of mistrust and a lot of partisanship and fighting and a strong divide in this city. And the format that we currently have for this discussion, where you have to sign up in advance whether you're for the measure or against the measure, and we have such a short time to speak, contributes to that. And having an open town hall public discussion where we can discuss all the evidence and the full measure of the policy, I think is an important first step in de-escalating the conflict. And just you have 3 minutes to say whether you're pro or con, and if you have any disagreement, we're going to debate whether or not you're even on the right side of the public comment, is only escalating the tension in the city. Thank you.
John, hi. I don't want to be a rock star. John, hi. I'd like to say I agree with this. We need more clarity. I mean, I think the public will understand a lot better what they're going to be using it for if they have a meeting where the police tell them what they're using it for. And that's what we need to know. The police, hey, I don't know anybody up there that would want to spend out $300,000 and not know what they're going to be spending it for. So why not just do it? It's not going to be any different if what they're going to hear. So, I mean, so you let the public know what they're going to be spending the money for. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Melvin Pruitt, Ward 2. Does the city council discuss this at all before this meeting? Okay. So there's a little bit of some stuff going on. As far as the Bearcat, I'm in favor of buying it, of course, but I'm opposed to the amendment in one sense because the amendment, we're talking about essentially the same thing as the rest of the funding. Are we going to trust the police to say that they need this? They've already used the Bearcats in local municipalities. They borrowed them from other local municipalities, and obviously they know how to use it safely. There's standard already set up in these other municipalities, and certainly they communicated that to our police officers. I'm sure they know how to use it properly. So I don't know why we need to have a whole lot more discussion, but I'm not opposed to any discussion. I'm just wondering if we need that much.
Paul Wilson, Ward 1. I am also in favor of buying the Bearcat, but I'm also in agreement with the discussion. And to take a note from one of the council members, this has been on the agenda for 3 weeks. Well, it was supposed to be on a couple weeks ago, but it got taken off. And now that it's back on the agenda, now all of a sudden we want to postpone it again to have a discussion. Why was this not thought of 2-3 weeks ago, or when it first was brought to council 6 years ago? Why are we now 6 years, or however many years it's been, finally going to have a discussion from the public? We could have solved this years ago by having the discussion. Now, here we are again, postponing another thing for the police department. I mean, it's just time that we stop doing all the postpone. If you need to have a discussion, it should have been brought up immediately. I mean, come on. If you want to have a discussion on it, bring it up to public before it goes to the agenda. Don't wait till it hits the agenda and say, oh, I want to have a public hearing on it. So I'm in favor of postponing it this time. I'm just kind of curious what's going to happen after we have that and it comes back on, because obviously this community is completely divided on this subject. There's those that are for it and those that are against it. And from what I've seen, this is going to sound really bad, but on social media, what I've seen it, the people that are against it are diehard against it. They do not want it, regardless of what they hear. I mean, you bring it up that it's helped the public, they want proof. You give them proof and they deny it. I've personally witnessed this on TV being used in Oklahoma City to save lives. So I'm for this postponement, but eventually we need to have a discussion and then no more postponing this item because it's already been so many years. Thank you.
Alexander William Torvey, Ward 8. I'm against this amendment or this proposal. It's time to stop talking about this because we've had discussion. Even on the Kookosphere, we've had this discussion. It's time that we get our police department the equipment that they need. As a Norman resident, I'm embarrassed that we have to depend on the city of Moore to bail us out and to help our officers. I know Chief Gibson doesn't mind, and I know the residents of Moore don't mind spending the resources to help out when there's a situation. I decided to wear this jacket tonight and this shirt underneath just to let everybody on this dais know that this is a serious situation, that it's time to take care of it now. There are bullet holes in my jacket, and there are about 10 bullet holes in this shirt. And I wore this tonight because I want everybody in this room and that's watching to understand how serious of an issue this is. It's time to do this now. I'm against this amendment.
Alex Rogiers, Ward 4, speaking as a private citizen here. I'm in favor of this postponement. I think this is really a good test of the city council to see really how much you actually want to hear from your constituents, because, you know, I think a lot of people didn't realize this was going to be discussed tonight. I think a lot of people would like to talk to you about this more and would like to hear more from the police department about this issue before it's decided. So I don't think it's very controversial to say that when something isn't going to be ready for 2 years, to just take a couple more months to, you know, really give people the information that they want. So thank you. Please postpone this.
Hi, my name is Brooke from Ward 8. And I'll talk a little bit about more so questions that I would have for the Norman Police Department in regards to the Bearcat. More so for maintenance and the cost of maintenance and what that would look like.
On this or not postpone this, please?
I am pro postponing this. I think it's a good idea to have a discussion about it because I think that the Norman Police Department probably needs to provide more information and be a little bit more transparent in what this is going to look like for Norman down the road. As far as they plan on saying that they need eventually two Bearcats. So if that's a plan later on, what does that timeline look like? What does the cost look like and the training needs look like for officers that are going to use the equipment? And it was mentioned before, the potential for maybe escalation in purchasing such things. So, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Oh, there we go. Michael Blank, Ward 2. I'm in favor of postponing. I think more discussion is always more democratic. If we're looking at a 2-year out timeline to actually get the item we purchase, that gives us plenty of time to have a conversation, no reason to rush it. And I would say this is a very different purchase from what was discussed in the previous expenditure, because the previous expenditure was about items that we realized should have been, replaced 5 years ago, right? So that is a very different discussion about items that needed to be upgraded or replaced. This is a totally separate new purchase. So this should just have more discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Ward 5, I am against postponing. There's no reason to delay this. The reason why they have 2 years to wait to get the Bearcat is because it takes that long to have it made. We don't know when the next incident's going to come when we need it. The longer we postpone and delay this, the longer it's going to take before we know we have that safety that we need. I am a mother of police officers. I would love for them to be safe. They've had bullets whiz by their heads, and the Bearcat has saved lives. It's also saved the lives of someone that could have probably would have died if we didn't have that time to de-escalate what was going on. And so I'm against postponing it.
Thank you, ma'am.
To Sterling, Ward 6. I am totally against postponing this. I think we've waited long enough. We've been talking about this since 2015. It's gone on and on and on. We've had plenty of discussion on Facebook. We've had plenty of discussion here. Enough is enough. Whenever the next incident is, we don't have time to wait. We don't have time to wait. 3 seconds may be too long to wait for a Bearcat because we don't know what's going to happen. We have no idea. So if we have to call more, and that takes however long to get a hold of whoever's asleep, to call somebody else, to get a hold of somebody else, whoever's asleep, to run down, find the keys, go to wherever they hold the Bearcat hostage and take it, it takes forever. And we don't have forever in a critical incident. We don't. This Bearcat that we used in a most recent incident saved a friend of mine's son's life. So think about that. What if that's your son or your son, any of your sons? Could have been anyone here. So think about it. We've waited. If we wait 30 more days, that is too long. If we have another incident and we have an officer killed, you don't want that on your conscience. I promise you. You've never had to go give a death notification. Well, I've given hundreds. It's not fun. It's not pretty, especially when it's your fault.
Thank you, ma'am.
Harry Shirley in Ward 6. Bearcat this time, right, Mayor?
Well, actually, it's on the difference between.
Postponement.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think you guys already know, I'm going to tell you that I'm against postponing it. I just don't see any reason. And in fact, about 6.5 years ago or better, when Bria Clark, our last mayor, when she was my Ward 6 councilperson, and she came by my business, and we did chat. We chatted about asset forfeiture, and we chatted about the Bearcat. And the advice I gave her, and I will give you the same advice. You have a professional command staff and chief. They have several hundred years of experience and training. Some of them have been through the FBI Academy. They don't just send people to that for no reason. If you are not going to listen to your command staff, fire everybody above a sergeant, and you guys be ready to get called out and start making command decisions out in the field. Simple as that. You have a good command staff. They're telling you what they need and the tools that they need to do their job safely. Listen to them. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Maria Kendall, Ward 5. I'm against the postponement for the reason that you all just voted unanimously to use 3 times this amount of money from the general fund, stating that you support our police, that you think that they are great. We have been having conversations for 3 years. They need it. It's beyond need. So I think it's time to stop postponing. I think it's time to show up, to vote, and show with your vote if what you're saying is true. Do you back them or do you not back them? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mark Campbell, Ward 4. I don't have a line in the sand. I do want to say I have post-tax increment stress disorder. Oh, wait, that's not right. It's post-traumatic stress disorder. And there's a lot more information available online now than we had when Chief Humphrey first just sort of put this up on the screen. I was here that night, and it was like, whoa. There had been no public discussion, didn't go before any committee or anything. And I was not adamantly opposed to it. I did speak that I wanted to make sure that it had that it was the correct type of vehicle, that it said rescue, things like that. One city that successfully got the vehicle, which our chief of police, which the sheriff could do, is bring the vehicle down here,
Sir,
so that we can
will
see
you
it.
speak to either postponement or not?
Postpone it so we can see it.
I understand.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Luigi Polvani, Ward 4. I had an encounter with the police, called them, so just recently, and they showed up and they were kind and they were helpful and they helped me in what for me was a stressful situation. I was lost, they gave me direction. It was great. It was 100% positive. But you yourself, Mayor, Councilman Tortorello, Kelly, you write that there is a negative sentiment towards the police. I think that being able to sit together in a situation that's not stressful and have a conversation about what's going on, what are the needs, what we need to do to support them would be good for the community, would be good for the sentiment, would be healing for everyone. I think that postponing this and having that conversation would be good for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Caleb Creed, Ward 5. I was thinking back to when we were here for the use of the ARPA funds for, I was thinking back to when we were here for the use of the ARPA funds for the property down here that we were trying to get for affordable housing. And we postponed that. We didn't need to postpone that. It was for entirely partisan reasons, obviously, but we postponed that. And I remember at those, we had multiple study sessions. It had been on for a year. Somebody said, I remember watching Peep City Council members go, what is this even about? I don't even get what's going on. Like, what is even money and houses? And I don't understand any of this. Every single time, it's just, this is always the tactic when it's anything else. If it's any other department, if it's any other expenditure, there's no talk about how these people are experts. It's never, oh, these people are experts, they know what they're talking about. It's, oh, I know what I'm talking about because of my just like good instincts.
Sir, will you please address whether you'd like to have it postponed or not postponed?
Yeah, so this is absolutely, we could postpone it the same way we postponed that so that, we can have continued discussion about this because, why not? That's what we do with everything else.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. I'm Vicki Shattuck, and I'm from Ward 1. I support your vote this night for the Bearcat. You've had enough conversation. It can go on from now until doomsday, and you're still going to have to make a choice. I tell you that I believe that this council has to take care of these police officers that they have hired. You have to cover us. I am the public. And we need all the best equipment we should have and can get a hold of.
Ma'am, can you please address whether we should postpone or not postpone?
No, we should not postpone. You've postponed too many times, and it's showing that you're pretty weak, if that's what you want to hear me say. Because you have a duty to take care of us. And if you look around the country and see what's going on from shore to shore, you can see we're very lucky it has not come here. But I believe in being prepared, and I think this council should be too, with your vote for yes for the Bearcat.
Thank you, ma'am. You do.
I figure since I'm just right here, that's okay. Again, Christina Owen, Ward 4. And to me, this is very reminiscent of a similar timeline that we've seen in the past, where something was brought up and the public knowledge for most people for about 2, maybe 3 weeks. And it was the defunding vote in 2020. There was a ton of people that were not aware that that meeting was going to take place and discuss that. There was a postponement of 1 week, and both of those meetings were very long. They went all night. They were very contentious. We all probably very well remember 2020 and everything since then that's brought Norman to where it is. I'm seeing the same situation where we have something that we want to turn around and have an answer within 2 to 3 weeks on something that the public, most of the public, is not even aware about. I mean, it's Thanksgiving week. People are out of town. People are with their families. We just had a midterm. People are like, turn off the TV, no politics. They're not expecting this. So do we really want to have another 2020 where people become divisive, where people are fighting constantly? I really thought that the goal of almost everybody that I've heard when they were running was to unite Norman, to not be divisive. So if just waiting until January and getting public input is enough to stop the fighting, to stop the bickering and the hate and everything that we've seen in Norman, the worst of Norman that we have ever seen was because we couldn't wait, and we have another chance. To me, it's just a no-brainer. I support postponing. We literally have nothing to lose. I do know, and I don't know how much time, I'll try to clear this really quick. Okay. I know there's concern for people saying, oh, if we don't have it, if we wait, what's going to happen? I don't know if everyone's aware, but we do have 7 to 9 Bearcats within Cleveland County and Oklahoma County 24/7. If a situation arises, we have coverage. Every single time we've asked for help, which is 4 times since 2013, we've received help. So I don't think there's that pressure that we have to do it today. If waiting until January saves us all 2 years of fighting and brings us just one step closer to unity, why not?
Marguerite Larson, Ward 6. I am in favor of postponing this because I do have a question, and maybe someone from the police force can answer it. So I'm opening this up. Norman is the county seat. If the Bearcat belongs to the county, why is it in Moore? It never should have been in Moore. It should have been in Norman the whole time. We're the county seat. So my question is, how did it end up there and not here?
Postpone?
Yes.
Okay.
Postpone it.
And that's what we're addressing at the microphone right now.
I'm sorry, what?
That's what we're addressing at the microphone.
Well, I know, but I did have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
So I didn't know if he could answer
If
my
you'll
question.
wait until the motion either passes or doesn't pass.
Okay.
And you want to come back.
All right, postpone.
Thank you, ma'am.
Alex Lampier, Ward 2. I just want to support postponing this. During the last study session, it was stated that there is a Bearcat in Moore, OKC, and I think Cleveland County Sheriff's Department has one. So if we need one before like the next 30 days, we can use that one, or one of those, I guess. So I think we should gather more public support for this, or get more information out to the public, gather more information before dropping $350K or however much it was. So please postpone. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Maggie Logue, Ward 5. I am against postponing the vote for the Bearcat. I don't know how people don't know about it. It's been out there for a long time. And I feel like I am very well informed because of Rashard. He keeps his ward informed of everything that goes on in the council. So I'm not sure why all these people have no idea that this was coming up or that it's been around for years, really. This is not a new thing. So anyway, I would rather that you guys vote on it tonight and not postpone it. I'm not sure a public meeting or discussion is going to change a whole lot of things other than, you know, maybe people that don't understand what it's for or how it's used and why we need one. That may help, but there's also, you know, this isn't the only place to get information at the city council meeting. People know how to do research, and I think that would have been a good thing to do before coming to the council meeting tonight. So anyway, like I said, I'm against postponing it.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, Cindy Rogers again. John wished me good luck, so okay, good luck to me. I'm in favor of postponing, and the reason that I'm in favor of postponing, I guess it's echoing Christina's comments, but also the last item, I think there was broad agreement. We need this stuff, and people understood why we needed it, and it was stuff that we'd already had. So it wasn't something new. People are always resistant to change. So I think we have the opportunity. Obviously, there's going to be some people who are no way never, and some people who are yes no matter what. But I think the question we need to ask, and the opportunity we have to answer is, what will it take for people to be comfortable for our department here in Norman to have a Bearcat at its disposal to deploy? And I don't think we've answered that question at all. We haven't discussed the guidance of deployment and oversight and reporting at all. I haven't seen a mention of the ACLU had a discussion.
Ma'am, you're deviating from the subject.
No, I'm not, because I'm justifying why I think we need a delay.
Okay,
Don't question the professor. I know what I'm doing here. No, I'm only kidding. So I think the reason we need a delay is we haven't addressed that question. And I think we want to get as many of the public on board with being comfortable with this as possible, rather than, wavering, I think we need it, I trust the police, but why don't other people in this community trust our police to have this? And that's a question we need to address if we want to bring this community together and we want to build better relations. So I think we should delay to allow that to happen. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Lyndall Dillon, Ward 6. With any luck, I'll be the last person that wants to speak tonight.
Got one more.
I'm against the postponement, and the reason why, I don't think there will be anything that will come out of further public discussion that will change this council's mind. Their minds are made up. If this council supports the police and you support public safety, do it with your vote tonight.
Thank you, sir.
Leon Shattuck, Ward 1. I'm against postponement of the vote. I'm against it for basically, Wendell just said it very well, very eloquently. You were elected to make decisions, then make the decisions. Don't put it off, don't stall, don't wait. Just do your job. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Roger Gallagher, Ward 6. I'm against postponement, and I think it ought to be done. You're going to say, well, let's hope the monster goes away for a while. Well, let's postpone it again. Maybe times will change. I think it should have been done with the proper resources, but we're talking about just postponement now. One of the reasons that perhaps people are afraid of something so deadly is that the SWAT team puts fear in some people's eyes. Now, the history of the SWAT team is interesting. They have a 48-year career here in Norman, and they fire a very lethal weapon, and these weapons that they carry 1,000 feet a minute. Now, that's nothing like 1920 for a rifle, but their handguns are deadly, and they're issued these firearms. And depending on the job, for over a century, they've trained officers in this. And remarkable, if you're worried about something that's going to be deadly, is this worried about, you're worried about the SWAT team, and the Bearcat is simply a symbol of worse violence, perhaps. Now, this could be the reason, because on the 2 times the Bearcat's been called out, no shots were fired. Both times. SWAT team was there, no shots were fired.
Sir, would you?
If they had such a deadly capability, how come the SWAT team had a chance with the Bearcat there, and they let the person fire at them indiscriminately, and finally they convinced him without a shot being fired? So I'm against postponement.
Thank you, sir.
Members of the council, Rob Norman, Ward 3. I did not think I would be able to make it down here tonight because I was enveloped in something else that some of you know I might have been enveloped in. I had the time to get down here tonight because of this amendment. And this amendment to postpone, I am going to be in support of. I'm on different sides of different people on many different issues in this room right now, but I'm going to say support the postponement. Because right now, one of the things I am enveloped in is an attempt by an overreaching power to do something to the city of Norman that wasn't properly vetted, that wasn't properly made something that was a matter where they worked with you, where they worked with us citizens. They just said, we're going to do it. And all this business I hear about, well, we've been talking about it for years. That's what I hear in that situation too. I hear from the other side, we've been talking about it for 29 or 35 years. But we haven't been talking about this proposal. But for a moment. This is a different council. This is a different citizenry. This is a different implement. I was involved in some of the discussions last time around, and some of the things I thought and had input on last time haven't been put on the table yet. Because I do think, for political reasons and for some principle, we all need to understand each other. Everyone has valid principles here. Some people say, we need this for public safety. Other people say, no, this is not what we need in Norman. We need to have a true public meeting, true public input. We need to really vet this thing. I'm sure the folks at Lenco will still keep us in the queue if we give them a call tomorrow and say, please keep us in the queue. We may still be ordering this thing. We just need to work it out because we live in a city where that's what we do. I'm enveloped in a fight right now where someone is trying to tell us, sorry, we're not going to let you do that. And I don't think we should fall to their level. This amendment is not about, yes, we're going to have a Bearcat. No, we're not going to have a Bearcat. No, we're going to make a legitimate reasoned, policy-driven decision about whether we're going to have a Bearcat. So I support the postponement of the item.
Thank you, sir.
Steve Lucas. I live at 804 Fairway Drive. I used to be in Ward 8. I've been told that I've been moved. I don't know where I don't know what district I'm in. 2? Okay. I speak against postponement. This has been argued and talked and worn out and beat. I don't mind educating the public later, but we need to get started on this. I oppose postponement.
Thank you, sir.
Michael Nash, Ward 5. Sorry. So I'm in support of postponement for just the sole reason being that I don't think any new information is going to come out that's going to change anybody's mind about the Bearcat. However, the one thing that nobody's been talking about is what kind of policies we're going to put in place to safeguard the residents from mishandling this Bearcat against our residents. I think 2 weeks just to make sure that we have a policy in place would not only can it safeguard our own citizens, but also the people that are against the Bearcat, that are on the fence about the Bearcat, worried that it might be used in inappropriate ways. That would then quell their fears and might make this a little less divisive of a topic. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Saying none. All right. Oh,
Hello, I'm Jeremy Garnan. I'm Ward 2. I am on the SWAT team, so of course I'm biased to this. I hear people talking about policies and delaying, and then we could spend this time to come up with things to protect everyone. If it takes 18 months to 2 years, that's plenty of time to work on policy. You don't have to wait. When you're trusting these guys that are subject matter experts, the leadership for the police department, you got to back them. And if you're not going to vote for this because you want to talk about it more and delay it more, it's telling me that you don't trust them. This is a piece of equipment that's for protection. It's for the citizen. It saved someone's life the other day. And if it saves one life, is it worth it? And speaking of worth it, if we delay this longer, what's the cost going to be? At what point does this price keep going up? So if we delay this, the expense is going to go up. The possibility of someone's life in 9 months, 18 months, that we could lose. Yeah, we borrow a Bearcat from Moore, from Cleveland County, wherever. Did we use it properly? Did we save a life with it? So we've used this, and we haven't caused any issues. We carry weapons every day. We don't go out shooting people. We don't go out just hurting people. We're passionate about our job. We do it in a safe manner. We're trained properly. And so with this equipment, we're trying to protect more people. We're trying to protect ourselves and the citizens. So I'm against delaying this. Thank you.
thank you, sir. All right. Comments from council? Councilmember Studley?
So just to kind of answer some questions that I've heard out here. So we have 2 Bearcats within Cleveland County. The city of Moore has their own Bearcat, and Cleveland County Sheriff's Department has their own Bearcat. The Cleveland County Sheriff's Department Bearcat is housed in Norman off Tecumseh Road. Moore keeps their Bearcat in Moore. So I hopefully that cleared up any confusion for that. Not saying that right? Please.
Okay, Moore has an MRAP, which is not a Lenco Bearcat.
Okay.
It's a surplus military vehicle. We're not asking for that, right? And then the Bearcat from Moore is kept at Cleveland County Sheriff's Office on Franklin Road, where they keep their equipment. So CCSO is where they keep it.
You said the Bearcat for More?
Yes, because of a partnership between Moore and Cleveland County, they house their Bearcat at CCSO.
But the piece of equipment that you mentioned before is Cleveland County's piece of equipment or
Yes,
Moore's piece of equipment?
the Lenco Bearcat, that responded to the scene about a month ago was Cleveland County's Bearcat. It was their rescue vehicle.
So then we have 3 rescue vehicles within the county?
One's an MRAP, which is not, it's not what the Bearcat is. It's military
Right.
surplus.
And that's owned by
That's
Moore
owned by
or by
Moore.
Cleveland County?
That's owned by Moore.
Okay. And then, but you just said that the Bearcat is housed in Cleveland County, that's by Moore?
Yes, Moore's Bearcat is housed in Cleveland County at the sheriff's office.
So Moore owns that Bearcat?
They do.
And they also own that other rescue vehicle?
I'm sorry, I'm confusing. Cleveland County, I'm really getting ahead of myself late in tonight. Cleveland County owns their Bearcat. I'm sorry for the confusion.
Okay.
Moore owns the MRAP.
Okay, so Moore houses theirs in Moore. Cleveland County houses.
Moore houses their. Whoa, it's late. Okay, Cleveland County has the Bearcat.
Yes.
Moore has an MRAP. The Bearcat is housed at Cleveland County, as is the MRAP.
So both
Yes.
rescue vehicles are
Yes.
housed in Norman?
Yes, the north side of Norman.
Okay.
And having that being said, it took an hour and a half to almost 2 hours for them to respond to our scene 2 weeks ago. And they're housed on the north end of Norman.
What was the delay in that, do you know?
Well, you have to, first of all, we call our commander out on the SWAT team. We get an incident, we go out and assess the scene for lethality, how we try to resolve it peaceably. We call out our negotiators. We negotiated for a number of hours to try to get this individual to come out. That didn't work. So we had to increase tactics to try to find other ways, less lethal ways of getting him out of the house. So then we requested the armored vehicle to assist us in trying to get close enough to be able to communicate and try to get him out of the house peacefully. So it took about an hour and a half, even though that piece of equipment's on the north side of Norman, north side of Norman, it still took about an hour and a half to nearly 2 hours to get that piece of equipment mobilized to that scene.
So from the time you called them?
From the
that
time
you
we
needed it, it
call,
took 2
and
hours
people
to
have to
get
get
there.
up and get ready, and there's a special team that drives it. Not anyone can drive those vehicles. They have to be trained.
And just out of curiosity, for this one, the life that you saved, was that the life of a criminal or was that the life of the victim?
It was the life of a person in crisis. That's who we saved.
The
They
one
were
that
in,
was
they were in
firing the
crisis.
shots?
They were firing shots recklessly, and we did everything we could to preserve life like we do here, and that's what we did. And I will tell you, I've been here almost 40 years, and that was the first call out. I'm thinking, my God, we may have to take this individual's life. And that was the concern of those operators on the scene, but they did what they could. They held discipline, and they tried less lethal means. They bought time, and then they went in and saved that individual's life, saved that young man's life. So, we talk about the Bearcat and we try to talk about it in some sort of lethal sense. It is a less lethal option. It has been used as a less lethal option by Norman on a number of occasions, which is why, as another gentleman mentioned earlier, we never fired a shot from the Bearcat. We use it to get close to rescue people and bring them out and extract them, get them help. That individual was in crisis. We were able to save his life.
Okay, thank you. Some of the other things that I wanted to address was, I know it's been said that this has been an ongoing conversation and we shouldn't postpone. You're right, this has been an ongoing conversation that I'm aware of since 2013. I heard somebody say 2007, and that ongoing conversation has actually not been in favor of the Bearcat. People haven't wanted it, so that's why it has never come before a vote of council until recently. 2 weeks ago, whenever it was put on our agenda and was postponed, it was put on by a rule of three. 3 people up here, the mayor and number 3 and number 5 wards is the one that put it on this. We had not had any prior discussion. We hadn't even known that this was something that was anywhere on any list. We had no knowledge of anything until we saw it like the rest of you did on the agenda. So it got taken off so that we could have a study session about it the next week. It wasn't like we were all going postpone, postpone. It was taken off so we could talk about it and hear a presentation that was presented by Deputy Chief Jackson. What I'm saying is I feel like our public, since 2013 that I'm aware of, our public has adamantly, majority said no, And now this has been thrown on a holiday week. Thanksgiving's about to happen. Yes, there's public knowledge of it, but we don't have people in here to actually have discussions. I just think it's the right thing to do for our public and to stop all of this fighting that we have going on and be transparent and open with each other. The public hasn't wanted this for over 6 years. So why we're throwing up on here now for a vote tonight without any additional discussion is beyond me, other than the rule of 3. So it's not that I'm saying postpone to delay. It's not saying postpone, I don't agree with the police. This is a major purchase of a new piece of equipment that our city is getting, that we already have 2 of in our city. Do we really want it to have a 3rd one so we can ride around with Sheriff Amison in the parades? Is that what we want it for? I don't understand. So I don't think it's too hard to have a discussion with our public and find out, is this what we need? Can we have better partnerships with Cleveland County to use their Bearcat so it doesn't take 2 hours to get out here if we need it? Let's have discussions. Let's have transparent, open discussions. That's all I'm saying. And if the public comes back in 2 weeks or whenever we hold this public hearing, if this passes for a postponement, I would love to hear what the public says. And if they say we want it, I'll vote it through if that's the majority rule. But let's have the discussion. Thank you.
Okay, so this isn't my first rodeo dealing with anything police related. I was sworn in 3 weeks after the budget adoption in 2020. So Ward 6 has made it very clear to me for the last 2.5 years where they stand on this. It is overwhelmingly in favor of. When it's that many people, I think most of us are going to vote on how our constituents feel about it. I don't think that there's any piece of information that Ward 6 will hear that will overwhelmingly change their minds and say, don't do it. So having said that, if we don't postpone or whenever we vote on this, and if it passes, city manager, we have a long time before it comes. So we're just saying that we're appropriating funds to purchase a vehicle. We're not writing the policy in a stone yet. We're not climbing on a hill and like etching it in. Like, we have time to still work this out with the public and come up with a policy and all sorts of things on use and all that, and right?
That would be correct. And there are policy guidelines, and the deputy chief mentioned those at the study session. Last Tuesday night, national standards, and if you're a SWAT unit, there's rules and procedures and protocol. Same with the bomb squad activity. To be recognized as a bomb squad, you've got to follow all these steps, and here's all the procedures. Deputy Chief, there's the rules in terms of operating those units. I'm trying to remember where you indicated those are housed. There's federal guidelines on how they're used, FEMA, and there was another agency, was it DOJ?
Actually, it's President Joe Biden's executive order that came out in May of 2022 that we utilize in our guidance on when to deploy that piece of equipment. And we do have a draft policy that was approved. The chief, it's not in the policy manual that you can search online because we didn't have the piece of equipment, so there was no rush to move that to that particular document. And I will give you specifically which guiding document we utilized on the executive order, if I brought it with me tonight, and I think I did. Okay.
Glasses are on your head, Chief.
Well, yeah, I know. See, I've had that LASIK surgery,
Might help.
glasses kill me. I can't see. I take them off, I have to read close. Yeah, anyhow, too much information. All right. So the reference document we use when drafting policy regarding the use of an armored vehicle is drafted from President Joe Biden's executive order on advancing effective, accountable policing and criminal justice practices to enhance public trust and public safety. And that was, he drafted that order on May 25th, 2022. This policy is also reflected in the Department of Justice policy for federal agencies and encouraged for recipients of federal grants. Additionally, this executive order is specific to non-commercial vehicles. This is why we chose to apply this as a guidance for our rescue vehicle. So President Joe Biden was the guiding principles. His use of these types of equipment will be utilized in our policy. We
Okay.
go above and beyond what typical policy is.
So I think some of the concerns people have is if we do go through this, that we're just going to plow people's doors open and all sorts of things. So we could tighten a policy that's like, this is rescue only.
Policy.
Very, yes.
We have 4 things particularly that we do. First of all, the chief has to approve it and have to approve the use of the equipment. Secondly, there's 4. It has to be disaster-related emergency, an active shooter scenario, hostage or other search and rescue operations, or anti-terrorism, preparedness, protection, prevention, response, recovery, or relief. Nowhere in it does it say in this document that we're going to use this against peaceful protesters. I've heard that. I've heard lots of things bandied around, which is pure insanity. There's no reason why you would use any type of force on someone who has the right to peacefully protest. So,
What about delivering warrants and stuff like that?
no.
So not.
We knock on doors like everyone else to deliver. It would have to have, some mitigating situation where we knew it was such a high risk. We would have to call out the SWAT team and then activate the armored vehicle for protection. So it would have to be something mitigating there. Just wouldn't do it willy-nilly because we got one and want to show it off.
Sure. Okay. Thank you, Chief. Say we pull the trigger and then we start talking to the public and then we decide we don't want it. Is there any point we could back out?
I'm certain that we probably would not write the check up front, place the order, probably make a deposit.
I'm done.
Kind of like we buy fire trucks. I would think the process would be similar.
So there is a chance that if we approve it at whatever point, we could always say, you know what, maybe we don't feel like this is it.
And I would assume that with a 2-year lead time, that if council decided a year and a half from now they didn't want to buy it, that Lenco would have no problem selling that vehicle to another
To
agency.
someone else?
And we would be out.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Holman?
Thank you. A few comments based on some of the questions and comments made at the podium and on this amendment. Things I want to note is that a lot of discussion about this particular vehicle has been going on for a number of years. What I want to note, though, is that twice the city of Norman, the public, has held a vote to fund public safety equipment and staffing. Public safety sales tax number 1 in 2008 was a temporary 7-year sales tax to fund 32 firefighters and 47 police officers over a span of 7 years. All of that was fulfilled. All the promises made to the public in the original PSST were fulfilled. And then right before that tax was set to expire, it was in my first year and a half on council, police department administration and city manager at the time approached the city council and made the case that we shouldn't wait until it expires. We should go ahead and propose renewing it now. And there was a big debate then about renewing it as another 7-year temporary tax or making it a permanent tax forever. And the argument to make it permanent won out. It was not the position I originally supported. I thought we should renew it temporarily for another 7 years, see how it went, pay for those items, and then maybe come back for a permanent. So basically prove ourselves twice and then ask the public for a permanent funding source. But the argument was made that 47 police officers, 32 firefighters are permanent positions, and paying for them with a temporary funding source was not fiscally prudent. And that argument resonated with me at the time. It made sense. So I supported moving the PSST Part 2, as some of us call it, forward to a public vote to make it permanent. That's what the council at that time did. It went to a vote, and it included funding for such items as replacing the entire city's emergency radio communication system, which cost almost $20 million. That's been done. It's completed. Checked off. That was the number 1 item on the list. The number 2 item was the Emergency Operations Center, which, for whatever reason, in the PSST Part 2, the administration at the time only budgeted $6 million for it. That facility has ballooned to over $20 million and is about to start construction later this year. thanks to this city council last summer allocating nearly $10 million in COVID funds to fill the funding gap of the EOC to make sure that it gets done and that that promise is kept to the public. That EOC is going to house our new dispatch center and get them out of the basement where they're currently located. It's going to have room for expansion for them. It's going to address a lot of issues in the city of Norman with our emergency response apparatus. The PSS2 Part 2 vote passed by less than 200 votes in 2015, a razor-thin margin. The public was not convinced that the money on those items was going to be spent for those items, and that fund, if it was made permanent, was going to become a permanent slush fund for the city council to use after those items were completed. I don't think that's the case. I didn't believe it back then because I knew that as soon as those items were finished, the radio system, the EOC, a ladder truck that cost over $1 million, which we have purchased, that's another one that's checked off the list, and then fire station number 5, which is another issue that we've all been discussing pretty in depth lately. After all of those items were complete, we knew that there was always going to be other public safety items to purchase and to fix, that we were going to have to build fire stations number 10 and 11. We're going to have to staff those. We're going to have to look at replacing or updating fire stations 1 through 7. The police department is over 40 years old at this point. We had, I think, 1 female officer at the time of when that was constructed. The facilities, the locker rooms, workout facilities, all those types of things. Should there be a police precinct out by the lake? Where should these things be located? And so I've always viewed that we're going to have continuing needs forever for the public safety sales tax. But I just note all of this to point out that it's been sharply divided in the community. Again, it passed by a razor-thin margin several years ago, and the city has been fulfilling those promises to the tune of tens of millions of dollars. I personally have voted to spend over $250 million funding the Norman Police Department during my time on council. And just in this previous budget, we included $300,000 in additional funding to pay for the reconstruction of a new secure parking lot for the police department, which has been requested for years by numerous officers I've heard from personally. Again, I just want to mention these things because there seems to be an attitude of if you don't support the police department in absolutely everything, 100% all the time, and agree with everything they want, then you're not supporting the police, you're anti-police. And I just don't think that's the case. As exampled here, we've spent tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars for the police department in this town just in the time that I've been on the city council. I also want to note that we, as a city of Norman, we're the largest city outside of Oklahoma City in this area, and we provide mutual aid to a number of other communities who do not have the equipment or the personnel that we have in a wide range of areas. So using mutual aid is not something I would be embarrassed about at all, actually. It's something we lend out to our neighbors when they need it, and they're willing to help us when we need it. That's what living in a community and a society, in my opinion, is all about. I think I would also mention that the issue of the Bearcat is extremely divisive. It always has been as long as I've been following it. It's political, it's emotional, and unlike the previous item, on the other item, I had not heard any pushback against purchasing those items, mostly all being replacement items of equipment we already have. But on this issue, I've heard a lot of feedback opposed to it, for it, funding sources, how it would be used, all those types of things. And I would just note that during the 2 public safety sales tax votes, this vehicle was not something that was included by the police department in those requests. I don't know what previous Chief Cotton or Chief Humphrey, why they didn't include those in those votes, but those were 2 opportunities where the whole city got to vote on public safety funding where that item could have been included twice. And we could have had a public vote that final decision one way or the other years ago. We didn't do that, and here we are now. And so I'm going to support this amendment or this postponement because I always do err on the side of more public comment and more public involvement on an issue. This particular item was thrown on the agenda the Friday before the Tuesday we were supposed to vote on it. Over $1 million, because it originally was all together, over $1 million in spending, having 3 days to think about it and gather feedback. That's why we postponed it. We had a study session where Chief Jackson was able to give a PowerPoint, a presentation, answer all of our questions that we had about it. But that meeting was not one where the public was able to converse back and forth. The public was not allowed to comment at all, and that's typical for that type of meeting anyway. And even in this forum, as others have mentioned, this is not an open forum. It's, you got to sign up and you got to be for it or against it. And we can't answer your questions back to you and have a conversation. The chief can't turn and face the audience and say, all right, raise your hand if you got questions. Let's answer them all. So I think it would be a good thing. I don't know if it'll change people's minds. Maybe, maybe not. But it would be a good thing to have a forum about this, a public forum, with the intent that once we do so, we put it on the agenda and we make a final decision up or down on it. So I would not support postponing it further than that, but I do think this would help garner more public trust and support and would be more transparent than the process we've currently taken. Thank you.
Councilmember Peacock?
Well, I certainly respect that position, and I do think more conversation is always a good thing. Just after watching the rhetoric and the dialogue that goes along with this issue over the past few months, I'm not sure the attitudes are going to change regardless of how much time we give it. So I do have a question for the city manager. If we do give this tool to the department, do we have the ability to take it away?
Council's always in charge of the purse strings, so there would be tools in that budget process to render that vehicle inoperable. From my perspective, if that tool, like any other tool, if we had an officer using a tool inappropriately, we would recognize that as a policy violation and address the officers involved, not the tool. If they were operating their police vehicle inappropriately, we wouldn't take away the vehicle and leave the officer. We would find another officer and continue to use the tool.
And I acknowledge that's probably best practices, but in this instant, do we have the ability to take it away?
Council would always have the ability.
Okay. The reason I ask is it seems like all this back and forth has been based primarily on speculation of what could happen, good or bad. I think in my opinion, this issue is going to continue to creep itself up every couple of years until we can definitively say one way or another, have answers to those questions. So I personally see no reason to let this continue to fester beneath the surface. Let's put the department's own words to the test. Let's be ready to change course if we need to, but I'm ready to move forward once and for all and just make this thing happen.
Councilmember Schuler?
Yeah. I think first, I have lots of things written down here that I was kind of pondering over that I would like to kind of address and speak. Many of them will echo some of the sentiments that Councilmember Holman stated earlier. But I think at the top, what I want to say is that it is currently 10:41 p.m. I think that in the past, council has been criticized for holding late meetings, for trying to do really complicated policy issues late into the evening. All of us have regular full-time jobs, most of us on council. So we have worked a full day. We come here, we start a meeting at 5:30, then we start a meeting here at 6:30. So by that estimation right now, just if we're talking about hours that we have been sitting in meetings since 5:30, we are now 5 hours into conversations, thinking about policy. And I understand that that is something that we absolutely sign up for. We understand the bounds of the commitment that we have made to this community to be here and to show up. But I would ask you, after a full day, after sitting here and hearing comments, having questions that I think are really valid, not be fully addressed and fully leveled out with a definitive answer one way or the other, are we doing our best work at this time of the evening, right? So that being said, I think that there is reason to continue to have conversations about an item that has been so divisive in our community for 7+ years, right? I personally cannot speak to the decisions of previous councils to not have public hearings or listening sessions that directly address concerns from the citizens to members of our police department, to our city manager, to other staff members on this item. And since sorry, I've got a lot of things here. But since we have yet to have an open, transparent, public discussion about the Bearcat, yes, we had a study session last week, and like Councilmember Holman said, that's a conversation for council only, to ask questions, to learn, to get understanding from one perspective. Tonight is the first time that 8 out of 9 members on this dais have had an opportunity to hear directly from the public about this item. Yes, we've been talking about it in our community for 7+ years, but only one member on this dais has been here for the majority, if not that, you've been here the whole time. The rest of us are very green and new to this discussion. I think that it is challenging to have conversations and questions come up from members of the public to input that information, to consider what is being said, and then, it doesn't allow an opportunity to have further research about those questions that you have been brought to us tonight. The public brings up questions that we might not have considered, that we didn't ask before because we didn't know that it was something that you were concerned about. Or you've done extra research, you've dug in really deep, and you have a perspective that we might not know. We don't have that lived experience. We haven't gone through that. Yes. I have seen the frustration when citizens come here, ask questions that we cannot address in the type of meeting that we are currently having. You ask questions to council, you ask questions to staff members, and then when we say, I'm sorry, we can't address that, unless somebody up here decides to ask that particular question, you walk away frustrated because you feel like you have not been heard through this process. I have seen this in countless council meetings. My job is to make sure that the public, one of my jobs, is to make sure that the public has ample opportunity to ask questions, to be heard, and to help direct the priorities of this community moving forward. I don't feel like we have had that opportunity with this particular item to this point. I'm not saying postponement and a forthcoming public meeting will change everybody's mind. I understand that some people feel very strongly for and against. But it will allow for clarification, transparency, and public discussion, which is what I have heard that this community is begging us for. I want to hear personally from a wider swath of my ward and of Norman on this issue. I haven't seen the policy directly about how this is going to be utilized. It keeps being kind of brought up in, fits and spurts and in, direct answer to certain questions, but I haven't seen the policy in full, so I know the public hasn't seen the policy in full. So how can you expect us to vote on something that we don't fully understand? Because you don't fully understand either. I still have questions that I have unanswered. So I would expect the public to have questions still about this item. I don't choose to operate in black and white or this or that. Life is much more complicated than that. The decisions we make in this room are complicated. Very, very complicated. And oftentimes there are, sorry, I can't read my own handwriting. Oh, yes. And oftentimes there are merits for voting for or against an item. Most of the times I can argue both sides of those very issues. It is very difficult to come to a conclusion that every single person in this community will agree on. Asking for a postponement tonight does not lock you in for support or against law enforcement, or whether we believe subject matter experts or not. A postponement is to allow for more time to build understanding and consensus for this item moving forward. And I think that we deserve to give that to our community. I don't believe we have enough answers right now to make this vote, so I'm absolutely in favor of postponement.
Councilmember Foreman?
Oh, I'll wait.
All right, Councilmember Grant.
I just want to say that I am in favor of postponement for all the emails that I've gotten leading up and for all the folks that would be here tonight but have indicated that they're with their families this evening. And as it's almost 11 o'clock, I've noticed this room has thinned out too, on both sides of the issue for the people that have spoke on the previous item and made their feelings known. So I will be voting to postpone.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilmember Studley.
I'm just curious, is this something that we as a council have to vote on, or Chief Foster, would you be willing to postpone this and to allow your public to ask you questions and to be transparent? Is that something you'd be willing to do so we don't have to vote on this?
Yeah, we have to make that decision up here. If there are 3 people that want to pull it or postpone it, then we can do that. If he, not try to take power away from the chief, just, it's on the agenda.
Is this something that you'd still be wanting us to vote on if you know that it's really divisive to your public and that this could possibly mend a bridge here if we had a public forum of discussion?
I agree with other council members that have commented tonight that I don't think it's going to change anybody's mind. We've been talking about this for years. I think it's better to move it forward, vote on it. If it's voted down, we move on without it. If we get it, well, that's good. It's going to protect our people from here going forward.
So you're not willing to do a public hearing?
No, if I have to, I will, but I don't think it is needed.
Thank you.
Any other questions from council? All right, the motion on the floor is to postpone item number 28 until January 24th, 2023. Yeah, counting, sorry. Council members, you may cast your vote.
Sorry, I think I'm brain dead here. The motion to postpone fails by a vote of 4 to 5. Voting in favor, Councilmember Holman, Councilmember Grant, Councilmember Schuler, Councilmember Studley.
Thank you. That puts the resolution back in its original part on the floor. Oh, we didn't? Okay, let's do that. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject let me read it first. Item 28, Resolution R 222368, appropriating $3,000, excuse me, from the general fund balance for the purchase of an armored all-purpose rescue Bearcat vehicle, and the associated training. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the resolution.
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Are there any questions or comments from council regarding this item? All right. This is an opportunity for members of the public to make comments regarding this item. Comments will be limited to 30 minutes pro and 30 minutes con. Each speaker will be limited to no more than 3 minutes, and time cannot be yielded to another person. Madam Clerk, are there any speakers registered for this item?
Yes, Mayor, we will start on this item with those in support. Ann Gallagher, you have the first speaking position.
Ann Gallagher, Ward 6. Make the first statement, the same statement I made last time, which was, we must ensure that first responders have the tools and training to keep our fellow citizens and themselves safe. In the last incident that we had, what if the defensive unit that's kept at Cleveland County was involved in another episode within the county? We would not have had it. That would have been longer than the 12 hours it took. It's not enough to be able to borrow a piece of equipment to come to our aid when it can take several hours to get to us and is not controlled by our team. You heard Deputy Chief say they have the trained people to drive it. They have a team to do that, which takes it out of our hands. The defensive equipment took several rounds, saving officers and citizens from being injured or killed. It was used to safely transport citizens to safety. What price are you willing to put on a citizen's life? That's a tough question. I don't think there is an amount. I would rather see the council use available seizure and forfeiture funds, but I put safety before where the dollars come from.
Thank you, ma'am.
Daniel Munson? There you go. Oh, sorry. Christian Berry?
My name is Chris Christenberry, and I live at 4250 84th Avenue Northeast here in Norman, and have done so for the last 23 years. I'm a Vietnam vet, served in the military from 66 to 70, and spent a year in Thailand and Vietnam during the Tet Offensive occurred. It would be my assumption that many of you on this council have not served in the military or have ever been shot at. It's a terrifying situation to be in. You can take my word for it when I say bullet-resistant, or better yet, bulletproof equipment is a real blessing, be it vest, shield, or vehicle. I support our great Norman Police Department, and my wife and I are proud graduates of the Civilian Police Academy. I make an effort to thank every officer I see for their service to our community. They put their lives at risk every time they lift that duty belt to their waists and cinch it up before leaving their homes and families, not knowing if they will ever return. We as a community have hired them to take that risk, and they take it willingly. I thoroughly believe it's our responsibility to make their safe return home as assured as possible. They deserve the finest bulletproof equipment we can provide, and I feel we would be derelict if we failed to do so. The Bearcat vehicle this council is researching is capable of giving them the protection they need in extremely deadly scenarios. It would serve them to get to a dangerous location and back safely. It offers a place for them to fall back behind in a firefight. It can also provide protection to retrieve civilians in the line of fire to evacuate them to safety. Now, I know there are those who claim that the mere presence of the Bearcat leaves the wrong impression with the public. They claim it militarizes our police department. I say paint pretty flowers on it if its appearance offends you. I'm sure no police officer would mind seeking cover behind a bulletproof vehicle painted with flowers while being shot at. As all of you know, our officers presently have to beg and borrow Bearcats from other communities, often having to waste precious time and further endangering innocent civilian lives to get them in place. Frankly, I find that appalling and embarrassing. I fail to understand why they are being put in a position of having to borrow a vehicle when they could be using a vehicle our community should be providing them. The result is the same. The Bearcat is still on our streets for all to see. Only if the Norman Police Department had their own Bearcat, it could arrive at the scene much quicker and would be working to save lives. I personally think it's a grave insult to our officers for this council.
Sir, you've run out of time.
And hope you seriously consider doing so. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
John Scammihorn? You want to skip? Kyle Hurley?
All right, good evening, Mr. Mayor, ladies and gentlemen of the council. I appreciate this opportunity to speak and also for your service on this late Tuesday evening. My name is Kyle Hurley. I live in Ward 8, and I serve as Norman Regional's Director of MSTAT, which is the ambulance service, which responds to medical emergencies within the city of Norman, the city of Moore, and also the city of Goldsby. I also sit on the Public Safety Sales Tax Oversight Committee, and I'm here tonight to speak in favor of the armored vehicle purchase because I believe this tool has the potential to save lives. As you all know, MSTAT's team of paramedics and EMTs respond to medical emergencies alongside the Norman Fire Department as well as alongside the Norman Police Department. We consider both of those to be our partners in first response. And when a situation is deemed unsafe, such as a shooting or an attempted suicide, the police department will secure that scene until they can deem it safe for us and the firefighters to respond. This occurs on a daily basis with patrol officers as well as regular ambulances. However, there are some situations in which more specialized resources, such as a barricaded subject or an active shooter, require more resources. Norman SWAT team will be deployed along with the MSTAT SWAT medics. These are paramedics and EMTs who trained alongside and respond with the Norman SWAT officers. These medics are not armed and they are trained specifically for these scenarios. Our goal is the preservation of life by intervening in medical emergency. One of the most frustrating things for any medic is not being able to access their patient. This armored vehicle will allow medics to safely get to patients who are in need of our care. During last week's study session, Deputy Chief Jackson recalled a situation in which a young lady's life was lost due to a delayed response in medical care. It was hours before we could get to her, and by the time that happened, it was too late. It is for reasons like this and others why I respectfully ask you to vote yes for the armored vehicle, and that you can help preserve, which will help preserve life in times of great emergency. I will also say before I close that I understand, people's concerns about the use of an armored vehicle, and I think that their concerns are very valid, and I appreciate your, attention to all of these. And I think in order for this to be used successfully, it will require good leadership from council and good oversight from the city manager, as well as the police department leadership. And I believe that all of those things will happen. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
I apologize in advance if I butcher this name. Curtis McGonigan? Okay. You'll never know. Roger Gallagher? Austin Ball? Did Austin leave? Luigi Pavana? Pavani, sorry.
Luigi Pavani, Ward 4. So this issue does not have to be divisive. Divisive are the people who are trying to paint everything in black and white. And divisive are the people that here are trying to divide us between us and them. Everyone that has question, in their opinion, is against the police. I support the police, and yet I have question about this thing. My position has changed at least a couple of times since I walked into this room. There was a lot of conversation, there were a lot of points made, there were a ton of information thrown around. I think that for what I heard, if we approve this vehicle today, we'll have it in 2 years. And then there was something that doesn't make sense to me, like a conversation about spending money and then just taking this away from the police. We have it, but we don't use it because you're being bad. But what I learned tonight is that all we need to do to have a vehicle active, quickly, being able to use it when we need it, is to improve the protocols with the sheriff office and with the Moore police. If we create a protocol to move quickly, to get these vehicles, their vehicles, moving in a reasonable time, we are done. We don't have to spend the money, we don't have to train the officer, we don't have to wait 2 years. I am against this motion, and I think there are better solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Lucas Clover.
Lucas Clover, Ward 8. Listen. Yeah, this the Bearcat. This to me, this is they need. This is something there that these police are in need of. There, they are. I like what the police do. They're protecting and all of us here. We want, and I feel if we have this this Bearcat here, I know it's like we're militarizing it there, but to me there, if you have this equipment, have this Bearcat there in favor of the I'm sorry, have this Bearcat there, it'll increase that response time a lot here. And therefore, when you have those situations that you need it here, and so for that said, I'm in favor of. I ask you all there to vote yes on the Bearcat.
Thank you, sir.
Melvin Pruitt. Did Melvin leave? Looks like he's gone. Scott Dixon.
Thanks, Council. My name's Scott Dixon. I live in Ward 8. Just want to say that I'm for the Bearcat, for this proposition, for the simple fact that the Norman Police Department is a world-class organization ran by world-class people, Chief Foster, and especially knowing that he's going to have 2 years to come up with the policies and procedures for this, this should be a no-brainer. I'm a yes. I hope you are too. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Jonathan Kendall.
Jonathan Kendall, Ward 5. This last June, I retired from the Navy after 21 years of service. In those 21 years, I had a lot of exposure to countries that did have police state, had a lot of experience with law enforcement in the military, a lot of experience with counterterrorism. The concept that this is a military vehicle that will further militarize a police department is completely sensationalized. Militarization of the vehicle, it really depends on how the tool, and this is a tool, is being utilized, the intent on which it operates, and the procedures and policies behind it. The intent behind this Bearcat is simply to provide a mechanism for law enforcement to protect their own, to protect civilians, to be able to get people safely out of there after the situation has already escalated. And that's a very important fact. It's not the go-to, it's not the immediate answer, it's after the situation has already met the threshold that is escalated to the point where that is required. I think of a video I watched about 6 months ago, Officer Savage, who's part of our own Norman Police Department. And the video I saw was of a shootout in rural Norman. and you could literally hear bullets whizzing past his head. No armored vehicle was there to protect him. They used drones to help identify where the subject was. Officer Savage, in his spare time, teaches a women's self-defense and sexual abuse prevention program for young girls ages 12 to however old. I would hate to think that if the situation had gone differently, where he didn't have that protection, that Officer Savage perhaps wouldn't be with us when the bullets that were whizzing by him were only inches away. And he had the mechanism, after escalation had already occurred, to protect himself, to evacuate any innocent bystanders. We have to recognize that evil exists. There are people out there who want to do bad things. And it's not about targeting the public. It's about protecting the public from members of the public who decide that the rule of law is no longer applicable. So I would highly suggest that we further protect our police force, protect our officers, and protect those innocent bystanders by passing this proposition and allowing the law enforcement to have a spare cat. Thank you.
I believe Gary Barksdale is no longer with us. Okay. Maggie Logue.
Maggie Logue, Ward 5. I just want to reiterate that I obviously support us purchasing the Bearcat for our police officers. I know that it works. I know that it will protect not only the police officers, but also people that are in the community. And I think it's something that we need in this environment. Thank you.
John, did you want to speak? Okay.
It's all been said.
Don't disagree with you. Alexandra Penner? Oh, wait a minute, sorry, you're on the other side. Oh, no, you're not. It says, yes, you are. Never mind.
I'm on the opposed side.
Yeah, I got you. Maria Kendall? Did she leave?
Kids home.
Okay. Michael Nash?
If I can go 3 minutes, that Councilmember Peacock's dreamy eyes drawing me to Ward 8. All right, Michael Nash, Ward 5. My guess would be that the majority of Ward 5 is in support of this thing, but I also wouldn't be surprised to hear that they weren't. Whether he admits it or not, I know my council member doesn't know the actual distribution of opinions, across the ward. But, why do we put our representatives into such apparently divisive topics where they simply cannot know the will of their, or the majority of their constituents? Is there no better application but for direct democracy to settle matters like this? Because inevitably, the councilor so tasked is so condemned to the ire of the entire town before and half the town after the decision. Edmund Burke would argue that part of the duty of the representative is not simply to communicate the wishes of the constituents, but also to use their own judgment in the exercise of their powers, even if their views are not reflective of those of a majority of voters. Now, he once said, "Certainly, gentlemen, it ought to be the happiness and glory of a representative to live in the strictest union, the closest correspondence, and most unreserved communications with his constituents. Their wishes ought to have great weight with him. Their opinion, high respect, their business, unremitted attention. It is his duty to sacrifice his repose, his pleasures, his satisfactions to theirs, and above all, and in all cases, to prefer their interests to his own. But his unbiased opinion, his mature judgment, his enlightened conscience, he ought not sacrifice to you, to any man, or to any set of men living. These he does not derive for your pleasure, no, nor from the law and the Constitution. They are a trust from the providence for the abuse of which he is deeply answerable. Your representative owes you not his industry only, but his judgment. And he betrays instead of serving you if he sacrifices it to your opinion. And if they don't deem it appropriate to postpone the decision, I think it's important for the community to have faith in the judgment of our representatives that they assimilated sufficient hard data and facts over feelings to draw a reasonable conclusion as to the necessity, the cost, the breadth of the applications, and the consequences of this machine, and the practicality of meaningful oversight. Whew. 9 seconds left. Done.
Thank you, sir.
That wraps up those signed up in support, so we will now move down the other list. Marguerite Larson.
Marguerite Larson, Ward 6. I am definitely opposed to this because I feel like it's more of a militarized vehicle than it is a saving lives vehicle. I feel like when people are in trouble, if you're wanting to de-escalate the situation, it would be more advantageous to bring in a healthcare provider that has knowledge, that has experience, that knows what to do to de-escalate the whatever position the people are in. And the police chief is on record as saying that the officers are being asked to do things that they are not trained to do. So I don't really know if you're bringing in a huge investment vehicle, if it doesn't necessarily really scare the people that you're trying to de-escalate or evacuate from the house, whatever the case may be. And from what I saw, if my memory is correct, several months ago when there was an outing, I think out in Ward, I think it was your ward, Matt, I'm not really sure, with Torby's son. And they brought in their machine from Moore, and there was no violence until that machine showed up because it obviously frightened the person, and then that's when the gunshot came. So I do have two questions. Where is this going to be housed? And what they're saying is that it takes them an hour to an hour and a half to obtain the one that is on Franklin Road. What is the time saving here? Is it really a time saving factor, or is it still going to take them an hour and a half to get it? Or is it just, where is it going to be stationed? How is it going to be parked? Who is going to be taking care of it? How much, since it's been more, how much training is Norman going to have before they get behind the wheel of the vehicle? So that's my question, and I still say no.
Thank you, ma'am.
Stephen Ellis.
Stephen Ellis, Ward 4. You cannot tell whether a Bearcat would make Norman safer by merely imagining a situation where bullets are flying and then asking yourself if you would like to have an armored truck in that situation. The concern is, and always has been, that a Bearcat would lead to more situations where shooting happens and more bullets flying in the shooting situations that happen. It's an escalation worry. There's plenty of evidence to back this sort of concern. A study published in August 2018 by Jonathan Mamulo, professor at Princeton, reveals that militarized policing is ineffective in decreasing crime and protecting police. This ACLU investigation gave us data to corroborate a trend. American policing has become dangerously militarized through programs that have armed local law enforcement agencies with weapons and tactics of war. These arsenals are by no means free of cost for communities. Aggressive tools and tactics result in tragedy for civilians and police officers, escalate the risk of needless violence, destroy property, and undermine individual liberties. Researchers have even isolated the psychological mechanism at play there. It's called the weapons effect. Several studies have replicated the weapons effect. A review of studies reported that a mere sight of weapons increases aggression on both angry and non-angry individuals. A meta-analysis of a larger sample found strong support for the idea that weapons increase the accessibility of aggressive thoughts and hostile appraisals. So the strange thing about this discussion so far is that no one really wants to discuss that escalatory potential.
Instead, we've heard person after person misinterpret the argument as one involving mere appearances, and it's not. There's a real effect there. And concerns are met with assurances that NPD can handle this sort of tool, although there are assurances that aren't backed by any policy, at least not one that anyone has seen. But we have strong reason to doubt the claim that NPD can handle the tool. No one at NPD is an expert in the psychological issues here. NPD is guided in the matter by off-shelf policy documents from Lexapro that were written by and for precisely the typical agency being criticized in the studies. And if NPD makes their own case by saying, look, we need to be more like other departments, right? They're trying to move in that direction, which is the problem. A Bearcat might seem like a good idea because people want extra protection, but in reality it's not a good idea because it makes everyone, including officers, less safe. I'll leave you with this. Columbus, Ohio Police Department had an officer shot and killed while riding in a Bearcat. Norman needs to put its trust in special tactics more than special weapons if we're going to do SWAT. This is about
Kate Bierman. Christina Owen.
Christina Owen, Ward 4. I did want to bring up a couple of things to have on the record. I'm opposing the Bearcat because of Norman's history. And I do realize that the vast majority of people on council, might not be aware of a lot of that history or might not have been around. We did have some meetings. Chief Humphrey did have public meetings. And with that feedback, he decided that we didn't need the Bearcat. And it was the position of Chief Humphrey that it would cause more division in our community. And I keep hearing tonight that we need to trust our police and they're experts, and I'm not saying I disagree with that. I just don't understand why we need to listen to some police but not others. We've had police officers speak out against the Bearcat before. We've had veterans speak out. Those with war experience speak out against using a Bearcat before. We've had a lot of different people in this community make that known in the past, and maybe not everybody on the council is aware of that. For instance, there was things like the Keep Norman Safe page, which had over 1,000 members of the community. That was a page dedicated only to the Bearcat and their opposition. There wasn't a pro-Bearcat page back then. I also know that I emailed quite a few of you with information about every single time somebody in your ward has made a public statement in the Facebook ward groups. Is that every single person in Norman and every feedback? No, of course not. You guys see your emails, but we don't. I mean, obviously anybody could do a record request and count how many emails you got that said pro or against, but I don't want us to get into that place again. Like I said last time, I mean, everything that people said about 22, late in the night, middle of the night decisions, not letting people have conversation. I mean, the very people that said those things are here doing the same thing. How are we uniting Norman by doing the same tactic? All we're doing is opening up the door for everybody to be like, oh, there's the mayor and council doing righty stuff or instead of socialist lefty stuff. And I'm so tired of that. This is city council. This is nonpartisan. I don't understand why we're making decisions, some of us, based on politics and political games versus actual feedback from the community. If you guys wanted feedback from the community, you just had a chance and you just threw it away. I mean, is there something we can do to just show that we're trying to have a conversation?
Ma'am, your time is up.
Oh, sorry. Michael Blanc.
Michael Blanc, Ward 2. I don't know, honestly, I'm disappointed.
I mean, it's one of those things here where, once again, like it's been said, we've gone late into the night. We didn't choose to postpone, so we're not going to have any more public discussion. Most of the people who actually came to have the discussion tonight have already gone home because it's already late in the evening. I mean, I can hang out till 4 again, but that's obviously not going to happen. We're going to run through people, right? But like that's the point. Like as was just iterated, we have had this whole rigmarole before where we say we don't want to have late night votes where people's mental faculties aren't where they want to be, where people haven't had a chance to have input, and here we're doing it. And honestly, I think it's cowardly. I think it's absolutely cowardly. Like it's disgraceful. And I'll tell you what, the Bearcat, as far as I'm concerned, I don't feel like it's going to make my town safer because the issues that I deal with in my ward, in Ward 2, are not because of these situations where we need to bring in a Bearcat. It's interpersonal violence between people in their homes, right? Like whatever. We've already got enough people on council who are going to vote however they're going to vote because they've already made up their minds. And so I'm not going to waste any more breath. Thank you.
Mark Campbell?
Okay. Open my notes here. Mark Campbell, Ward 4. Okay, so I am well, I thought I signed up for pro.
It's okay.
So can I speak? Is it okay? All right, I'm on both sides. I'm pro with liberal reservations. A transgender woman took down an active shooter with an AR-15 with high heels. High heels. Stop the moaning and groaning about needing a ballistic engineered armored response counterattack truck to take down an active shooter. It just takes bravery. Police aren't even in OSHA's top 10 most hazardous jobs. Bearcats are used by every branch of the military. This should be a med-evac model Bearcat. This vehicle must be leased on a trial run. Administrations and attitudes change. The vehicle must have front and side facing video cameras installed aftermarket because Lenco doesn't offer it as an option. And before deployment, as it is used as a blockade with officers standing at arm behind it and body cams may be blocked. You can always tighten the reins, but you can't loosen them. With a spare Bearcat at special events, the first listed use on the agenda item, you've loosened them all the way. Instead of improving public sentiment, you're liable to wreck it. There have been incidents with 3 Bearcats surrounding a vehicle. 3. If 3, why not 4? Overwhelm them on all sides. This administration proves willing to provide for the common defense, but not promote the general welfare. Eternally, the drum is beat for more police funding and officers, yet we see an overwhelming deployment of officers, vehicles, and equipment. That does not de-escalate, it escalates. An officer with unaddressed or worse, self-medicated mental health issues, sorry, I got lost. I'm passionate about this, could make catastrophic mistakes with this vehicle. The Bearcat as a recruiting tool heavily skews towards recruiting a military mindset officer. At 10 tons or 2.5 tons per tire quadrant, we can't have that casually on sports fields, tracks, parks, and parade routes. 19% of police officers are veterans. Vet cops have a higher incidence of use of force and psychological complaints. A Bearcat is not necessarily a panacea, it might be a Pandora's box. To err on the safer side, veteran police should not be trained as operators of this Bearcat, in my opinion. Thank you.
Alex Rigiers? Okay. Alex Jones? Nick Lillard?
Nick Lillard, Ward 1, thanks for staying up to listen to me. I can think of a lot of other services this town needs besides giving another militarized vehicle to the police force. It's not an appropriate step at this time. There are numerous reasons why we separate the nation's military from our police force. Let's not confuse the two any more than is absolutely necessary. I've been in places where military vehicles like the Bearcat were used. They're often in locations where local populations are experiencing ongoing oppression. I've had the misfortune of being near a Bearcat when it was being used to violently disperse protesters. In that moment, I could have died, even though I posed no threat and wasn't a main target for what's essentially a tank minus a few features. Any armored vehicle of that nature is a dangerous weapon, especially when in a densely populated area. I wish that our problems could be solved by simply having another thing. If only we could just have one more gadget that causes a core problem to vanish. Yet the current state of affairs does not allow for such things to answer our complex issues. In fact, reality repeatedly shows us that holistic approaches are the way to truly address our interconnected challenges, and that empathetic and preventative measures are many times more likely to manifest the results we desire. Things like the Bearcat do not address the root of any problem. Therefore, they are extravagant and expensive Band-Aids, and that's a best-case scenario. If Norman does acquire a Bearcat, I hope it's only used for victim transport, truly, and certainly not for riot control. And it should be only used in the most dire of circumstances. For if a ballistic engineered armored response counterattack truck is needed, it's because there's a military-related event occurring. Categorically, it's not something for police, for soldiers use instruments of war. There have been situations where such counterattack vehicles were useful, yet it has been misused too many times. The aftermath from such misuse has caused me to be skeptical of this vehicle's general effectiveness within civil society. There's nothing like the presence of a military vehicle to remind those in difficult circumstances who are participating in social unrest that their government isn't really concerned about their welfare. One thing is certain, if you use the Bearcat for crowd control once, chances are you'll use it over and over again, because when you step into that kind of dystopian existence, it's very hard to come back from it.
Thank you, sir.
Cynthia Rogers.
Me again. I realize, given that the delay was voted down by the majority of you, there's absolutely nothing I can say to change the minds of any of you. But yet, I would like to make a few comments so that they will be on record. Counter-attack truck. I don't care if you put rescue on it, and I don't care if you paint it pink. It's a vehicle specifically designed to be maneuverable, and yes, it has very good intentions. It's armored, which will protect officers, the SWAT members. It could be used to protect the public. It's very easy to see how this vehicle could be super useful in many situations and could save lives. I think what we've missed in this discussion is the serious literature on the psychological aspects of having defensive tools that could be used offensively. Good people with good intents can go into a situation, and because of the tools they have, that changes their tactics, and we've heard that from the SWAT team. Instead of working hard as possible at de-escalation, because that's what you have, we have this vehicle, we'll use it. Maybe that'll turn out great, and we have lots of examples where that turns out okay, but maybe it doesn't turn out so well. I'd say assurances are not enough, intent is not enough, promises of policy later is just not enough. I want to trust that this vehicle will be used in the best intentions, in the best way. It won't freak anybody out and make them, commit suicide by cop. I really hope that that's the case. I think the evidence speaks to that not being the case. And what Norman needs to do, if we're going to have this, is to have, Michael Nash mentioned practicality of meaningful oversight. Well, we need meaningful oversight. We don't even have an oversight committee right now. And even before that, it really wasn't doing a whole lot to give assurances. And so belts and suspenders, if we're going to have the tool, we need to be absolutely certain that people are comfortable and it's being used in the way that it's intended. So if we're going to vote yes tonight, which I hope you don't, but I'm pretty sure you're going to, please move forward on the rest of the policy that we need. Thank you.
Alex Lampier. Caleb Creed. I thought I just saw him. Brooke Sims. Alexandra Penner.
Hello, Alexandra Penner, Ward 1. I don't really have a lot to add that hasn't already been said, and I think everyone's mind is made up, and this discussion isn't going to change it, but I'm very uncomfortable and dissatisfied with the fact that we don't have in place formalized oversight for how this Bearcat will be used, because maybe the current police department isn't going to abuse it. And in fact, the couple times they've borrowed it from Moore, which we can always borrow it from Moore when we need it, they haven't abused it. But personnel change, you know, people retire, people get hired, personnel change. How do we know that a future police department isn't going to abuse it and take it out for routine drug warrants or to quell protesters? We need formalized use of force guidelines for this Bearcat, which the city, which the council I think has already pretty well made up their mind they're going to get. I oppose getting it, but we need formal oversight and we need formal use of force guidelines that are in writing so that we don't rely on the good graces of police officers that we may trust today, but their careers aren't forever. You know, people retire, times change. Thank you.
Evan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, council. Thank you, staff. Thank you, everyone at home who's watching. So what I'd like to suggest is an amendment to this. I'm surprised that this is coming back to council again. Considering that we have two that are stationed here in Norman, one would think that we could have some type of collaborative training, but I have a couple guitars that I like, and there are a couple other friends of mine who have other guitars, and I like to borrow their guitars. If I could have their guitars, I would buy them. So I appreciate the need to have something of your own. But what the amendment idea is that we choose to take the funds that would have gone to the item number 27 from the Appropriation and Civil Seizures Fund, and we double that. We double the $353,000 to $706,000, allocating $353,000 to a permaculture program. I don't think you really appreciate the scale of this problem that we're facing. Everywhere in the world is dealing with this atmospheric challenge.
You want to say to the topic, sir?
Well, I'm trying to kind of justify why I think we need to allocate funding for using our knowledge. Sometimes I think, what would Joe Rogan do in this situation or in any situation? I would like to see an amendment put forth so that those funds that are just going to be sitting there are used, and that we can have some funds that go to something that is actually enhancing the city. Thomas Jefferson said, a nation that destroys its soil destroys itself. Thank you.
Thank you.
That wraps it up, Mayor.
All right. Thank you all for your comments. Let's see. Thank you all for your comments.
I don't have them on my list.
Your buttons aren't working? We'll go with the fingers. Comments from council?
Have you on here?
Are there comments from council? Councilmember Holman? You appear to be getting ready.
Just a couple, Chief Jackson, would you mind answering just a couple more questions real quick? Just, you mentioned last week during the study session that part of this funding, this item isn't just the Bearcat, it does include the training for it, and that it would be training for 4 of our officers to know how to use it. And from what I understand, if you clarify, we would have someone on staff 24 hours, 7 days a week that would be trained and able to deploy this vehicle if it was needed, so that we wouldn't have the same delay or whatever that was going on. Okay.
That is correct.
Okay. And should we have this vehicle, would you foresee a scenario where another community might ask to borrow it from us? And what would our stance probably be about that?
If they need us, we will go.
Okay.
But we would operate it.
Right. And would you, and this is a question I've seen posed on one of the groups about the very controversial turnpike issue, but would you ever envision a scenario where this vehicle would be used to forcibly remove people from their property if
No.
they resisted?
No, sir.
I know things could always escalate, but, okay. Appreciate that, Chief.
All right. Anytime.
My thoughts on this, I don't think it's a black and white issue. It, as I mentioned before, is extremely divisive, it's emotional, it's political, it's every way there is. And I've heard from every opinion that I could think of in regard to this issue. There are concerns about whether it does escalate situations. If it, as we've seen, our police department is very well trained, our SWAT has been very well trained for decades to resolve situations without this equipment and peacefully without using deadly force against people. There are some opinions that this type of vehicle does take away from the focus on tactics and relies more on equipment. So I think that is a valid concern that some folks about the use of this vehicle and what it would be used for. I want to mention that in the last 2 years, so I keep the Officer Down Memorial Page app on my phone. I've had it on my phone for a number of years, and I check it regularly. And it tracks every law enforcement in the line of duty death in the United States. And it goes back to the 1800s. And this year, 204 law enforcement officers have been killed in the line of duty in the United States. That's down 65% from last year. There are over 1 million police officers in the United States, and there's over 350 million residents that live in this country. In the past month, this month of November, there have been 4 police officers killed in the entire United States. I don't say only because they're not only. Those are 4 individuals, those are 4 families, those are 4 communities that lost a public servant, and they matter, their lives matter. My point, though, is that some folks have the idea that there is an all-out war or assault on law enforcement in the United States, and that police officers are being killed and targeted daily. That is not true. The data does not back that up at all. And a lot of folks have been using that as fear and propaganda to rile people up, to get people against each other, and end up in these same types of conversations where we're just yelling at each other and not hearing what we're saying. Those people have an agenda. that are promoting that type of fear and propaganda, in my opinion. This year, 58 officers have been killed by gunfire in the United States. That's up 2% from last year. 47 police officers have been killed in auto-related accidents this year. That's down 18%. 89 officers, this is the leading cause of death for police officers in the United States this year, have died from medical reasons. That is also down 81%, though, from last year. Vast majority of police officers succumb to medical issues during the line of duty. And over the last 2 years, COVID-19 has been the single #1 cause of death for law enforcement in the United States, and it's been more than all of the other causes combined. And yet, when this council or previous councils took action to try to protect police officers and the public from COVID-19, we had people protesting, telling us, don't listen to the experts. Don't listen to the head of OU Medicine. Don't listen to the head of Norman Regional Hospital. Don't listen to the head of the State Medical Association. We know what we're talking about. They don't, even though they're the experts. And those are who was giving us the advice on how we should handle COVID-19 response. So given the fact that I had a lot of people who claim to be very pro-police and support the police and want to protect their lives protest me, try to recall me in the council over enacting COVID protocols to protect lives, I find it very interesting that some of those same folks today want to make the case that this single piece of equipment is going to save all the lives and be the end-all be-all. So, based on the feedback I've received over a number of years over this item, it's been a campaign issue several times in city council elections going back 6-7 years now. Based on that and the process we've seen, I have not heard support from my ward for this. And in the last 2 weeks, I've received exactly one phone call from a resident in Ward 7 that asked me to support this. One. Overwhelmingly, the response from my ward has been opposed to it. And that is guiding a lot of my decision on this. I do respect the people in my ward and around the city that do support this. I don't think you're wrong for supporting it. I think there's just a disagreement about how it would be used, why we need it. But I do respect all of your opinions. I think the reasons why you think you need it are valid, and the reasons why people think we don't are also valid. So based on the feedback that I have received on this particular item over a span of a number of years, and including the last 2 weeks that we've had to think about it, I'm not going to support this item tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Peacock?
Appreciate that. No, I'm glad I actually get to follow that because I have a lot of similar things to say. Yeah, obviously, like it's been said all tonight, this has been a very divisive issue in Norman for a really long time. There's really no way around that fact. There's nothing I can say to change that. But I want to make it clear that the makeup of Norman is very different across the city, with each ward having its own perspective on whether or not we need a Bearcat or not. I've received overwhelming support from Ward 8 on this to approve this item tonight, and I intend on respecting that support. I truly do understand that this might not be the majority viewpoint for all wards, and I get that. I really do at a deep level. I get that. But at the end of the day, I was elected to represent those constituents, so I'm going to do that with my vote. I ask everyone up here, everyone on this dais, to respect that decision and the decision of all of my colleagues for listening to the voice of their own wards when making their vote tonight. And I'm just going to go in a little more in depth, just to be fully transparent here and explain how difficult this is for me. I don't think it's a secret that if I run again, I won't be doing so in Ward 8. I have to do so in Ward 2, where the attitudes are very much different on this issue. I recognize that and I respect that. I've had to do a lot of soul searching the past few weeks on whether or not do I vote based on who I currently represent as a council member, or do I vote with eyes towards the future and potentially another council term? Obviously, I have to have lots of conversations with my good friend Councilmember Schuler before any of this happens, but I say all this just to show the strength and the conviction of why I'm voting the way I am tonight, in hopes that the public and my colleagues will understand.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Schuler?
Oh, great. I get to follow that. Since I got name dropped. So it's late. I'm tired. I'm sure y'all are tired too. So I'll leave it at, I guess, this. I'm disappointed that the opportunity for a chance for more public discussion and dialogue wasn't the chosen path here tonight. If we aren't in the business of hearing our constituents, having open, transparent discussions and dialogue with our residents, then I don't know what we're doing here. My mind might have been changed. Had we had more time, had we had a robust opportunity to discuss the issue, to get more questions answered, and to get public buy-in, if that was the path forward. My vote isn't against our police department. I know that some will deem it that way. But as I said before, life isn't black and white, and my votes are not black and white. There is an opportunity for nuance in all things. I wish we had had the opportunity for more discussion. But based on the feedback that I have at my disposal today from my ward, there has been overwhelming support, I guess I should say, overwhelmingly asked me not to vote in favor of this item. So with that in front of me today, as it stands, I will vote with what my constituents would like.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilmember?
So it's late, we're tired, I'll just be brief. Clearly, we're not all in agreement in this room about it. I think some people like some things, some people don't. I absolutely respect all the decisions of my fellow council. We're all beholden to our constituents who put us in these seats and to represent their best interests. As we leave here tonight, no matter how this vote goes, which I think you all know how it's going to go, please know that the council members that did not vote in favor of this are not against the police, that we just gave $1 million from our general fund to help support them in other ways. And so try to keep in mind that this is a very hard position. It's a very divisive topic for our city, and to show us some grace and some respect. Thanks.
Any others? All right. Oh, Councilmember Grant.
Yes, just to address, all of the emails that I've gotten have been overwhelmingly against, and so that's how I will be voting tonight.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilmember Studley, the buttons aren't working.
Okay, so like Councilmember Schuler, I'm also very disappointed that this council didn't allow for more public comment, more public questions to be answered. This council has never had any real meetings or public input other than the last 2 weeks, and I think it's just very unfortunate that we have closed that aspect off and feel that we are the end-all be-all without having any input from our public. I also want to reiterate that I offered Chief Foster to come up, and he declined the opportunity to have any discussion with the public or even answer any of their questions. Instead of building the trust that we need with the public he claims that he wants to protect, he just told them all that they were a waste of time. That's all my comments.
Thank you, ma'am. Any others? None. The motion on the floor is to adopt the resolution R222368 appropriating $353,000 from the general fund balance for the purchase of an armored all-purpose rescue Bearcat vehicle and the associated training. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast, and the motion passes by a vote of 5 to 4. Voting against, Councilmember Studley, Councilmember Schuler, Councilmember Grant,
Thank you all.
and Councilmember Holman, sorry.
You have to know. Thank you all. This is an opportunity, this is miscellaneous comments, this is an opportunity for address City Council. Due to Open Meeting Act regulations, council is not able to participate in discussion during miscellaneous comments. Remarks should be directed to the council as a whole and limited to 3 minutes or less. Would anybody like to address council? Rachel,
Just a second.
podium.
Rachel Wyatt, Swanson, Ward 8. I just wanted to note that I signed up twice to speak on the Bearcat and was not called, so I'd like to file a formal complaint to see why citizens aren't being called. It's our duty and
I
our
will
right
check
to
our
be able to
logs.
speak.
I do have you logged in for miscellaneous discussion, but not the other two items, but I'll be happy to check those.
I'd
logs
appreciate
tomorrow.
that. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Anybody further?
Roger, did
Oh.
Roger leave?
John High.
Just a second, John.
John High.
Wait a second, we got to shift the mic.
Okay,
Give me a minute.
we're going at it this time.
Okay.
And I want everybody else here to hear it too. Right now, we're having major problems with people being able to address decisions that are being made. Not being online or over there, not being put up there, exactly what we're going by our rules. Saying, well, you look up there, it says, you can't sign up for it over there. It says, when you talk to her, or when you talk to some of the kids, city council, it says, oh, well, we don't know. I mean, they don't know exactly what the rules are. Or look at this piece of paper that's so small, I can't read it. These are not acceptable things. How much time you have? Do you know the way you're gonna vote on certain things before you even hear the discussion at city council? Come on. I mean, I swayed on 2 decisions on the situations, on what what city council was saying to me. So someone to know exactly whether they want to favor or against something before they even walk into this thing is very hard to know. And we need to address these issues. I think we need to reevaluate how we are letting people come up here and talk. I think we need to make it in stone up on the board, the way we're gonna go by it. You know, if we're not gonna use that, don't use that. But don't put it up on the board that you can't use that, and then have it over there on the corner, and people wonder if they can or not. And then find out, well, you're gonna be second in line because you didn't sign up for it online. And that blew me out of the water. Oh, well, you could have called me and told me. Well, I thought I was reading it on the board. Don't we go by the board, what it says? You know, don't y'all go by certain decisions that are written in stone in the ordinances? Then why aren't we? Have a good day.
Thank you, John.
Is Marguerite still here? Marguerite Larson? No. Stephen Ellis?
Mhm.
Ellis, 633 Reed Avenue, Ward 4. I am still interested in chasing down the details about the particular 65 cases where Norman police self-reported that they were awarded forfeiture money. I've already filed earlier tonight, so it's something in your inbox, Brenda, an open records request for those case numbers. I think it's clear, however, that that's something that should have been investigated before that item ever appeared in a committee, much less as a council agenda item. I hope that when we get that information, the council will be willing, as you are apparently willing on item 28, to reconsider your vote on item 27 if it turns out that many of those cases didn't involve convictions. On item 28, I was disappointed, but I'm mostly disappointed in the idea that this is a political issue at all, as opposed to a kind of policy-making issue. The idea that Norman City Council would decide what's basically a life or death issues without addressing any of the sort of empirical literature that's relevant to this, especially here in a college town, and reviewing our own experiences quite closely. I mean, I think the Torvey case was really interesting because the gunfire didn't start until the Bearcat got there. But I think instead what happened was that people sort of checked out the political winds and how they were blowing where they were at, and they let that determine what was going on. And honestly, that's just sort of sad beyond telling, as far as I can tell. And in that regard, I mean, one of the things that's supposed to be nice about local level of government is that it's insulated from that sort of pure left-right partisanship, because it's supposed to be about what works and what works for everybody. But we've seen tonight that everything was just sort of like pure posturing and symbolism. When you look at all the issues, I mean, the question is who's backing whom, and not whether or not this is actually a good policy proposal. And that, I think, is really sort of fundamentally at this level of government in particular, anti-democratic. We need to be making decisions that are based on sort of like deliberative procedures rather than sort of, what do they call that in kind of vote whipping, right? I mean, that's really sort of what we saw happen tonight, was a question about vote whipping. And that's really not what we need in Norman. And one of the things that would be helpful is a lot more communication so we can have these things get cooled down by discussion before we get here to see who's going to complain the hardest. So let's.
Christina?
Christina Owen, Ward 4. I'm going to kind of touch back on some of the things that I said earlier tonight, because the vote has been made, but there's still things that we can do to try to keep this community more united than divided. I mean, seriously, this issue is going to be defunding of the police so quickly with people, and I really don't want 2 more years of this in Norman. Like, I would just love for us to move backwards in time, because in 2015, we were doing a lot better as a community in a lot of different ways than we are now. And I am scared to death to see where we're gonna be in 7 more years. And if we keep doing stuff like this, where we don't even allow public input, I mean, we had the opportunity. You had the opportunity to work with everyone. And you said, no. What do you think is going to happen? I don't want this division in the community. Can you at least make sure that we have citizen oversight before we have this? Can we at least make sure that maybe we don't add on the last couple of things, shooting tear gas canisters? That would alleviate so many votes in here. One thing. So I'm saying it's not over yet. Can we please, please, for the love of Norman, find a way to be less divisive? Please.
Thank you, ma'am.
Michael Blanc. Michael leave. Mark Campbell.
Good morning, Norman. Mark Campbell, Ward 4. The Linco Bearcat was deployed at Uvalde for the Robb Elementary Massacre, but it was not used. Trained by Linco. Who drove it there? Humpty Dumpty? When this item first came before council, I addressed council at the time and asked, on the moment's notice, would this be displayed, paraded on game days? And was told no by the police chief, in no uncertain words, no. In contradiction to the presentation that was made by Deputy Chief Jackson, is that right? There are laws to prohibit self-harm. The name Bearcat was not chosen by accident. In nature, Bearcats don't rescue people. Bears don't either, as NPD now seem fond of calling them. So is it primarily a rescue vehicle, or is it a lessen the risk to officers' vehicle? It sounds like NPD wants perfect officer protection. It seems like this could be deployed anytime there is a shooter, a car chase, a high-risk warrant. This is backed up from online YouTube videos now, being deployed by other departments for the same reason. We have experience now of our police department being willing for a neighborhood to be shot up while they formulate an hours-long plan instead of going after the active shooter, determining who should they rescue first in the neighborhood while property is getting shot up. Police can be funny. They're brothers in arms when it's convenient, when it's budget time, but when it's time for accountability from the public, we hear things like, well, each officer makes his own decision, his own determination based on his own training and morals and thus and such. Our department isn't theirs, which is it? We hear they are best used in pairs. What are the specs of the sheriff's Bearcats? I don't know. I haven't seen it. It could have been brought down here yesterday and today to City Hall easily. There's a reason that it wasn't. Because citizens probably wouldn't be for it. They would be intimidated and scared by it. Our city manager seems excited about all the search and seizure money to be made. And we're not going to go after mom and pop drug dealers. I can tell you for 20 years of living in Section 8 apartments, that's where the abuse takes place. Child abuse, parental abuse, all the ills that come from substance abuse. But we're not going after that. We're going after the big money so we can get more of these vehicles.
Thank you, sir.
Cynthia Rogers.
Did you say no?
Did Luigi leave? Yes. Scott? Okay. That's it, Mayor.
That's it. Thank you all for your comments. We are adjourned.